Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi. Hi, happy book club day, happy VN book club day. How's it going? Welcome in. Thank you guys for turning your tickets. Welcome in, Wolfen. Welcome in, Fable. Welcome in. I hope you guys are having a good day. I hope you guys are having a good Thursday. The week is almost over. Hope you guys are excited. I just went to the wrong scene. Hold on. We're on the wrong scene. I'm on this time for my book club scene. Hold on. I was like, I'm ready to go. I think I'm ready to start stream. I was not ready to start stream. Instead of actually setting up my stream, I was browsing Twitter because I'm crazy. Oopsies. But I also had to like go and grab a drink and like use the restroom. But where are you? But we do be playing Umineko today. It's Umineko time. Are you guys ready for Happy MILF Thursday, everybody? I'm so excited for Ava time. I'm like this chapter is about to like rip me to shreds. I know she's gonna hit me with a brick. I'm gonna get like Beatrice is just gonna show up and hit me upside the fucking head with one of her gold bricks. That's the mood. She's gonna be like, hello, it's me. And I'll be like, OMG, Beatrice. OMG, I'm such a big fan. And she'll be like, oh, that's nice. How nice of you to be a big fan. I'm gonna hit you upside the head with this brick. I'm like, oh, thank you so much, Beatrice. Thank you so much, Beatrice. She's a bit of a girl boss, and we do like that for her. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I'm sorry about my cough. Don't die, bestie. I'm really trying. This like cough is really taking it out of me. It's like one of those coughs that like lingers for a few days after you're sick, you know? Please get some water. I have my water. I have my cough drops. I'm almost out of cough drops, but like I need to go to the store and get more tomorrow, but that's like that's small potatoes. I'll get more later. So I should be fine. I'm fine when I'm just talking. Getting sick has kind of thrown an entire wrench in my plans for this month for behind the scenes stuff, so I'm kind of actually like I've been really frustrated about it. So I've been in a sour mood over the last like week or so when I was sick, because I was like, I'm gonna go record, it's gonna be awesome, we're gonna get stuff done, I'm gonna send it to the mixer, and then I got sick. So that's really cool. That's really epic and cool. Off topic, but Final Fantasy XIV added a cute canopy in the game. You can put beds on it. Oh, that's cute. I need to play Dawn Trail. I still haven't played any Dawn Trail since it came out. I bought it. I own a humidifier and I have tea with honey. So do not worry about this. I am drinking, I'm drinking tea with ginger and honey right now, which is really good for the throat. So do not worry. I know how to take care of my throat, because I get sick often. It's specifically like, it's not like a full, like, my lungs don't hurt that much, but like, it's like the itching at the back of your throat that just won't go away. Do you know those kinds of coughs? I think they're the worst kind of cough, personally. But no, I've got a humidifier. I should probably run it. I've been running it mostly when I sleep. I don't run it while I sleep because I don't run it while I stream because I don't want it to make, I don't want the noise to pick up on my microphone. But I run it while I sleep every night and it helps a lot. I have like a little thing I put in it that helps with like making your lungs not die. But the one sad thing about it is like when I put stuff in my humidifier water, like it's like what's it called? It's not like oil, but it's just like a water additive that makes the makes the water stick better to your lungs or something like that. I don't know. But the one bad thing about it is that I can't have my cats in my room because it's really bad for animals to inhale it, unfortunately, because it's got things that my cat's very, very badly allergic to, so I haven't been able to hang out with him at all this week, and I'm really sad about it. I miss my son. I miss my little son. I want to hold him so badly. He's been so cute in my roommate's room. He's been like, so my roommate's the thing with Scump is that he loves sleeping in my roommate's room so much. He loves it. He loves sleeping on my roommate's desk because my roommate's desk is near the window and my desk is not near the window because I don't like the even like slight concept of someone like looking in at me while I'm streaming. Because we are on the ground, like my apartment's like ground level, so I'm just like, ugh, I don't want people like looking in to my apartment, you know? I have my like curtains taped down because I'm paranoid because I don't want people looking in. But that's just me because I'm mentally ill. But what have you guys been up to this week? Have you guys read any mystery novels this week? Have you played any mystery games? Let me know. Let me know in the comments. Just put some of that one-way mirror film on the window. I actually do want to. You started a mystery game so you can get back into streaming again? Yeah! Let's fucking go. I need to watch your VOD for that. I forgot. I need to watch that. I'll watch that this week. Guys, I'm so excited. I didn't realize that they had announced it already, but there's gonna be another Knives Out game, another Knives Out movie. There's gonna be a third one. All I've been up to is work this week. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. I've also been I took Monday off because I was still recovering, but you know. But yeah, there's gonna be a Knives Out 3. It's gonna come out in 2025. I'm so excited about it. I'm actually like, I love the Knives Out movies. I think there's some of my favorite like mystery-esque films. They're like up there as one of like my favorite movies. The first Knives Out movie is just perfection. Like, it's so... Mwah. The second one's also good. Glass Onion is pretty good as well. But I do want to see it in theaters. Maybe I'll talk to the homies about it. Maybe we can have a murder mystery night. Well, it's coming out on Netflix. It's not coming out in theaters. I forgot. Fuck. You have to properly... Oh, you haven't watched them? Oh my god. Oomphy. Oomphy. When I'm a little less... when I'm, like, more fully recovered... if you want to do a movie night, we can set up a night. I'm down. I'm down whenever. I do need to deliver your merchandise to you. You haven't watched movies in forever? Me neither. I barely watch them. Like, I barely watch movies nowadays, but like, that is one of the few exceptions. Movie nights are the best. They are. I feel like movie nights are like the best, like friend activity, because they're like, it's low effort, it's chill. Maybe we can summon all of the homies for a murder mystery night. That would be really good to do in like September, October, if you guys are free. Good bad movie night? That's true. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. My poor throat. I think what's causing it is that I have like really bad like sinuses right now. So my sinuses are draining down into my throat and drying it all out. And it's just driving me crazy, actually. But is a keyword here. I'm really excited. I really want to watch Knives Out 3. I need it to come out. Apparently they started filming this summer, so it'll probably come out like next summer or like sometime next year, maybe in the fall. You still want to see the gameplay material it has in the Hill on Tabletop Sim? Maybe once Nathaniel gets back from the war, we will see if we can get the homies together for a game night. I'd love to get the... I really want to get the... I'm waiting for my... I need to finish paying off my model, but like, because I need to pay it. I need to... I think next month I should be able to pay off most of it. But once I get my model like fully rigged and everything, I want to see if I can contact the other Gamma siblings. Real for that? Yeah. New model, let's go. Yeah. I'm excited for New's new model. It's very cute. It's super, super cute. I'm very much looking forward to when New comes back from the war. Have to wait to say it after I pay bills if I can commission your model. Please stay safe out there, Oomphy. Are you getting your artist and rigging through your same artist, or are you gonna have to find a live 2D rigger as well? If so, I do know a very good live 2D rigger. I know a couple of really good riggers. You have to save for that first. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Helping Fable get a new model, tempting. That's true. That's true, let's crowdfund it. Everyone, we can all put like, if 100 of us all put in $10, we can afford it. I'm game. Yeah. So I've been like, I want to message, I need to message you about it, but I really want to learn Live 2D, like actually, because there's a couple of emotes that I'm cooking up. I'm cooking up some emotes that are animated, but I'm like, I really want these to be like animated, but I'm way too stupid to figure out After Effects, and I'm dumb. Let me think. Yeah, I have news playlist. I have that bookmarked actually. I just need to like figure out. I should message Gamma more so, less so I should be messaging New about this. More so I should be messaging Gamma about how to like cut things properly, because that's the main thing I'm concerned about. I might just study my models and my like non-rigged PSD files and see where the hell people cut things, cause I'm so afraid all the time. Rigging is so hard. I would love to teach myself how to do rigging. I need to draw something that I can rig first, but I think that would be a really fun challenge, is to figure out how to learn how to Live 2D rig. I need to buy VTubes. I need to buy Live 2D Cubism though. How much are you? I forget. Cause if I'm just doing emotes, I shouldn't need the like, if I'm doing like just emotes, I should be able to like learn off the free version of it. Maybe next week I'll see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can cook something up this weekend, maybe, and then maybe next week I'll start learning. Cause I want to learn. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be so cool and learn how to rig things. I'm gonna add more skills to my arsenal so I can be a cool VTuber. I also mainly just want to learn how to do it so I can animate, so I can loop animate for MVs, because I feel like I really like, a lot of like, I've drawn some stuff where I'm like, man, this would be really cool if it just like swayed a little, but I don't have the brains to animate that. I don't have the patience either. I like had to rework my entire animation project that I was working on because I just did not have the patience. But I really want to. Also, Fable, what you sent me is so cute. Super, super cute. I keep seeing artists and I'm like, oh, this would be great for a model. But I like I have a list of like artists that I'd love to commission for VTuber art eventually. Because I'd like to have like a small, I'd like to become the little small, you know? I kind of want to make a bunch. I'm like kind of cooking up a lot of concepts for like my second outfit. I want to have a lot of like stupid nonsense. I'm already thinking about like even more costumes, but next time I get a new costume, it'll probably be for my current model, Because I love my current model. My current model is iconic. It's peak, but I think we could become cuter. But Grandmama is extremely busy, so it is iconic. I mean, I'm so cute. Just look at me. I'm just so cute. You know how it is. I'm just so cute with it. I would like, I kind of want to like, talk to my rigger about, updating my rigging, because it's a little bit like, my rigging can be a little bit janky at times, and I'm like, how can I like adjust it? What kind of chaos a model would look like if you have multiple people draw to the model and string it together. A chimera model. That would be really funny. It'd be really cool if like it was like someone did like the sketch design and then someone did the like lines and someone did the painting and like cutting or whatever. Like a swap around, but it's for a model. But that would be a lot of work. I know VTuber models are a ton of work, which is why I haven't made one. I would make one myself if I was not lazy. And if I didn't not like my art sometimes. I would never get anything done if it was just for me. I just like making designs. I really don't. I don't want to be a VTuber mom or anything. I just really like, I'm like a fairy godparent, you know? I'm like a godparent. I'm like, yes, you're gonna look so slay on your new outfit. I'm so excited for you. I've done this twice already, and I'll do it again. Guys, my skips haven't come back yet. I requested them like 2 weeks ago, but like, I'm waiting. My ass is just waiting. Man. Soon, very soon, I know. It's only been 2 weeks. I'm just so impatient. My ass is just impatient. This person, the one person I did request from though, is they have a really low completion time. And it's getting a little bit close. So I'm a little bit nervous. Cause their like completion date time right now is like 17 days. And I requested on the 2nd, so it expires. So the complete deadline is on the 14th. Which is in like a week-ish? But, we'll see what happens. If it gets sent back to me, it's not the end of the world. I'll just be crushed emotionally. But you know how it is. Sometimes it's just like that. Do I have more cough drop? I have like 3 more. I also have ginger candies if I need those. We'll do those next. I'll break into those when I come on skip. They did wait until the last day. Yeah, artists love procrastinating. This is like a constant. They do a bunch. I know. I'm still sad that I couldn't afford. I really just couldn't justify getting a skeb from Soryu when I wanted to. Last time she opened, it's okay. She'll open again next time. I'll get that comp slot next time. I'll get it. I'm gonna save my money for it. But I want it so bad. I want it so bad. I'm vibrating with anger. I want it so bad. But it's one of those things. It's like, I think I've been like doing a lot of prep work, and I'm really wonder if I can get the comm slot for you. Sorry opens like every like few months at like 2 in the morning. If you catch her around. I can't stop you, Wolfen, is the thing. It's a little bit pricey though, so I would feel slightly bad. I must save money for my model games, teehee. I've been like the opposite. I've been so... What have I been spending my money on uselessly this week? Snacks. I've just been buying a lot of snacks. I need to go to the grocery store this week. Well, I need to go to the Asian grocery store because I'm out of Kewpie mayo and I can't live like this. I can't live like this, you guys. The VTuber fan for me. Oh god. Yeah, Wolfen, you mod for so many. I'm so scared for you always. Please spend responsibly. Buying all the merch. Oh god, yeah, there were a lot of merch because Zany also did a merch drop this summer. Because I did a merch drop, Zany did a merch drop. Nobody's wallets are really safe, honestly. I know of a couple of other friends who have been thinking about merchandising as well. So nobody's wallets are safe. Nobody's wallets are ever safe from VTubers. VTubers are not safe. Hello, pretty girl. Hi. It's conductor to you, I'll have you know. But welcome in, Pupipa. Or is it Pupa Pipa? High spending stream math months, but I did get your spring plushies. How's your day been? It's been good. We're just we're yapping a bit. We're doing a bit of yapping, you know. Just the usual. We've been yapping about art. We've been yapping about merchandise and stuff. It's been really fun. We've been doing stuff. Now I'd leave? What? That's crazy. How has your day been though? I've been like chilling. We've been chilling, we've been yapping. I've been vibing, really. Let's see. The plushies were the dinosaurs that were cherry blossom themed. Oh, those ones. I think you sent. Did you show me those? I forget. Let me see. Ooh, those are so cute. I like those. Why is my roommate screaming? Why is he crying? What the fuck you crying about? Let's see. Yeah, they came in today and oh dear. Ooh. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm checking my emails because I'm an adult. Let's see. Yeah. Yes, okay. I have... There's my math. Okay, I did my math. Should we read some Umineko? Before I run out of cough drops, I should probably start reading. I will probably go until I run out of cough drops or drinks. One or the other, or both, probably. Cause you know how it is on this bitch of an earth. We probably won't go for a super long time today, just because I'm worried about my voice going out, and I do have to stream tomorrow as well, so oopsies. Oopsies. I have to stream with Parfait tomorrow. I'm so excited. So fun fact, Goody Two Shoes, so the voice actress for Freya in Goody Two Shoes, she's releasing a new Freya character song apparently. Yeah, Phoebe, I think it's Phoebe Chanchibi, I believe. She's also a VTuber. She has a really cute model. She's super cute idol. I love her model. She's super cute. But I'm very excited. Oh, right. I forgot. Oh, I was gonna talk about this. Sorry, I got distracted again. There's an anime I really want to watch. I'm like kind of obsessed with the character designs. It looks so, the character designs look so, it's like kind of absolutely up to my, it's called Delico's Nursery, I believe. It's basically about like a bunch of vampires being babysitters to a bunch of children. But like, it's all like gothic period drama, and I'm kind of living for it. It sounds funny. It's it's weirdly gorgeous. If I remember correctly, like all of the children are vampires as well. and they've got like it's got a really like, the art style is kind of like, high. It's got men with long hair in it, which is really all we need in life. It's an original. Oh, it's based off of a stage play adaptation, apparently. Off of a, like, stage play? Oh, this is why one of the person who does the Torabu stage plays. Interesting. I'm really interested in this. I want to watch it. You could show me vampire series and I'm like, ooh, tell me more. Hee hee. There's also just like a man in it that looks like Noir Vesper. I miss him. Rest in peace, Grandpa. Rest in peace, Peepaw. I'm just like, hello? Rip old man. Hold on, I need to send this to Teal. Hold on. I want to watch it so bad. Apparently the first episode came out. I'll probably have to watch it after stream. I'm gonna watch it after stream tonight, I think. That's what we're gonna do. But we're going to not get distracted again. I try not to get distracted. Cause I'm normal. Without even being allowed to wait for dessert, we were chased out of the room. I heard that in the end, our parents were unable to get the grandfather to respond. Well, I hate to say it, but I feel like giving grandfather a high five right now. He was probably pretty satisfied with how this strange letter had given his children a good shock, since they'd all been so infatuated with the inheritance problem while grandfather was still alive. It also felt like our despicable parents had gotten what they deserved in all this confusion. But I couldn't really say that I was feeling great. I felt all sulky. Apparently, grandfather hadn't seemed concerned with the whole thing, but he also hadn't denied anything about the letter either. When talking about the witch's letter, grandfather's name kept popping up. Grandfather knew that someone was stealing his name. Considering his character, he'd probably be mad with rage. But even though grandfather now knew the contents of that letter, he coldly ignored it. So did that count as a silent yes? Aunt Ava and Dad were clearly trying to interpret the letter in their favor, but their greed clearly visible. It wouldn't have mattered so much if that was all, but the adults had now started focusing on Maria, who had received the letter. They kept pounding her with questions about who had given to her. Maria, over and over again, she'd gotten it from Beatrice, but there was no way such a mysterious person could have sneaked onto the island. After all, this island's small. There's no one living on it outside the Ushirima family household. Maria kept repeating that she got it from Beatrice, no matter how times she was asked. The adults seemed to think she was trying to trick them, so they didn't hold back and questioned her until she broke out in tears. "She's 9! Leave her alone!" When Maria was released, she sobbed, all worn out from crying. After our parents ordered us to go to the guest house and take Maria with us, they shut themselves up in the dining hall and started getting louder and louder as they discussed the inheritance. It seemed that, because of the strange letter, Uncle Krause's chances of becoming the next head might have been released to a blank slate. In exchange for accepting him, my dad and the rest were trying to swindle Uncle Krause out of a lot of money or something like that. Disgusted as we were, Jessica and I were happy to move over to the guest house. We didn't want to be under the same roof as those filthy adults, their heads so filled up with thoughts about money. George pleaded on our parents' behalf, saying that he wanted us to understand them. I understood his reasoning. No matter how many filthy his talk of money was, it wouldn't go away if you just closed your eyes to it. But even so, how could they sink so low as to overtly fight over the money of the dead? Maria had cried herself dry and was hiding in her bed. She hadn't even twitched for a while, so she was probably sleeping. Who in the world gave that letter to Maria? George, you can't ask her that anymore. Is it fine to say that Maria got it from Beatrice and leave it at that? After all, we don't want to make her cry any more than this. Even though we said that, we couldn't clear away a gloomy feeling. There are only 18 people on this island now. The thought that somewhere in the rain a 19th person gave Maria that letter and is now hiding somewhere doesn't seem realistic at all. Most likely someone's got Shannon or someone to put on the dress from that portrait and cleverly got Maria to go along with their story. Though, in Maria's case, just seeing the dress would probably convince her that it really was Beatrice. Maybe it doesn't really matter who handed her the letter. The important thing is who sent it. The point is that Grandfather wanted to cause an uproar by assuming the name of the witch. Seriously, that old geezer is good at riling people up. The most likely answer to that is our occult-loving grandfather who was playing around, handing the letter over to Maria, who shares the same hobby as he does in such a dramatic way. Though he failed to give any thought for what Maria would have to go through, making it a pretty shitty thing to do. Seriously, messing around with Maria's pretty hard. It doesn't matter who handed that letter over. Maria says she got it from Beatrice, so let's treat it that way. I agree. Let's do that. To Maria, Beatrice is kind of what Santa Claus is to most kids. Whether we're dealing with some non-existent 19th person or Santa Claus, as long as we all acknowledge them, they'll at least exist inside Maria. I see. It can't be important to lie to a child to protect their dreams. What's up, Jessica? Are you still angry? Jessica had her hand on her chin, as though there was something she just couldn't understand. When I called out to her, she came to her senses. Sorry. Well, actually, I was wondering if Maria might have actually met Beatrice. What do you mean by that? Are you saying there's a 19th person on this island? If you truly take Maria's words to heart, then you would arrive at that answer. No, that's not what I mean. I'm talking about the story that someone we don't know has been living on this island since long ago. Living, you say? Where? In the forest. In the forest. The adults were gathered in the dining hall, spending a very long time continuing the discussion that had been started by Beatrice's letter. Kraus only claimed that the letter was a simple prank, but he couldn't overturn the claim that Kinzo's failure to deny their own answer was answer enough. A witch living in the forest! Who could that be? Fable Hollow. The witch on Rokkenjima Island. Judging by Kinzo's character, if he knew that a letter had been written in his name, he'd be mad with rage. Since all the siblings knew that, Kraus had no choice but to withdraw his claim. Without even having to summarize it, the contents of the letter were simple. The person who could solve the witch's epitaph could receive the headship and the assets. This did a lot of damage to Kraus, who would have been sure that he would receive the headship. And it was better news to the rest of them, who had already given up, could have hoped for. However, there were some points that worried them. The person who solved the epitaph was not limited to a member of the Ushirimiya family. Taken literally, anyone, no matter how doubtful their origin, might receive the headship. And furthermore, this meant a chance that all of the Ushirimiya family's assets would be stolen by some unknown person. In that sense, it was definitely not a situation where even the other siblings could afford to lower their guard. Had this letter come from an assassin sent by Kinzo, calling themselves Beatrice? Or was this the scheme of some unknown person trying to steal the Shiromia family's wealth? They still didn't know the truth. But they could say one thing for certain. Maria had received this problematic letter today on this island. In other words, someone planning something to do with that letter was on this island today. Had it been set up by Kinzo, one of the 4 siblings, or maybe some unknown person? No matter how much they suspected each other, they couldn't reach a conclusion. After getting tired of bickering with each other, they would finally reach the extremely obvious conclusion that doubting each other was just a waste of time. We've made no progress. We've just been spinning our wheels. That's right. And the mere fact that you've realized it means that we won't have to waste any more time. It's not certain that Father sent that letter. My husband's merely exasperated with your ability to hold a conversation. Who's unable to hold a conversation? You keep yelling at me every time I say something. Do you truly think that such a shameful behavior is fitting for a member of the Shiromia family? Would you give it a rest, Ava? You too, Nazi. That topic's finished for now. Shall we cool our heads off for now? Let's have some cool drinks brought over. That sounds good. It would probably be wiser if we cooled our heads. Don't you want to take a short break too, dear? Aniki looks like she's in a bad mood, so I'll pass on that break. I'd agree about the cool drinks. Rosa, have someone bring some water. It's Umineko Thursday. Welcome in, Zeros. A whole pitcher. Yes, understood. Rosa headed over to the extension telephone in a corner of the room and called the servant room. She then pressed on what Rudolph had told her to the person on the other end. They have a, phone to call the servants' quarters? That's crazy. The vicious bickering up until now vanished as though it had been a lie. The silence continued until Goda finished setting the table and retreated from the room. Is there anything else you require? No. Please leave us. Yes. Then if you'll excuse me. If you need anything, call me at any time. After listening to the sound of Goda's footsteps disappear into the distance, everyone took a deep breath at the same time to break the tension. It sure is raining hard. I wonder if this 19th person is taking shelter in the Rose Garden Arbor about now. I wonder. They might be able to escape the rain there, but it would be quite cold. A mysterious 19th person as a visitor. Sounds pretty interesting, just like a mystery novel. Normally, that kind of story, it's a safe bet that the person doesn't exist. That one of us 18 would be faking it. I suspect Genji and the others. Just as I thought, we should have fired all the servants at the 1 week deedle, no matter what excuses we had to make. Come now, don't say that. We must be grateful for their long years of service. Of course, we can't let our guard down. I'm sure you agree too, Nisan, whether or not Father was behind this. The person who handed Maria that letter was a servant. Why is Kraus in the right here? Horrible news. Worst guy you know just made a point. Indeed. In any event, we are all being friendly in our big happy circle until dinner, weren't we? All of the siblings have alibis. Only a servant could have handed Maria that letter. But all of the servants said that they were too busy with the bed making to have any spare time during which they could save Maria go to Maria in the Rose Garden. Hey, what are you trying to say then? You aren't saying that the Witch of the Forest came over and actually handed Maria that letter, did you? Rosa, you used to believe in that so much it really frightened you, huh? Don't tell me you still believe it at this age. The Witch of the Forest. If she did exist, I'd love for her to appear. But no matter how much I wished, she didn't appear before me even once. She didn't save me from my crisis. Of course not. I just thought that since all 18 of us said we didn't do it, there might really be a 19th person. That can't be. In the first place, we were the only ones who came on the boat. We didn't see any mysterious stranger riding with us. You don't think they could have swam across this rough sea, right? I can't really imagine it. Logically, that's true. It's difficult to imagine that there's a single hidden and uninvited guest on this isolated island. However, it looks like some of us still can't abandon the possibility completely, right? Hideyoshi had laughed it off, saying there couldn't be a 19th person, but Kyrie had sensitively picked up on the delicate atmosphere among the four siblings. In a normal situation, there shouldn't have been any uninvited guests on this small, isolated island. How could they have come here, and from where? Where were they hiding? And why hadn't they appeared openly, even though they had sent the letter in their name? Nothing could explain that. Not only had the four siblings not joined in on Hideyoshi's laughing, they also seemed unable to completely deny in their heads the possibility of a 19th person. Kyrie, please don't understand. It's not as though we believe in the fairy tale like Legend of the Witch. Is this another topic to insult Father? Simply speaking of such a thing is a betrayal. I wonder. However, this is Father we're talking about. It could be possible, right? I don't know anything. What's this? What's this? Why's everyone gotten so gloomy? What's you talking about? In short, the Legend of the Witch isn't a joke, but a fact? That's ridiculous. Of course, no one believes in some witch riding a broom and flying in the sky, but the woman that portraits, Beatrice, might really have existed on this island. Hideyoshi-san, looks like we aren't talking about a witch, but something a little simpler. So, it must be something like this. Everyone suspects that Father had a mistress named Beatrice secretly living somewhere on this island. Is that it? Father was always exemplary at keeping strictly to the rules. It's completely inconceivable that he'd bring up something so filthy onto this island. Natsuki snapped at them immediately, but it looked like the four siblings, including Kraus, didn't agree. On the contrary, they appeared to think Kinzo wouldn't have even hesitated to do something like that. From the beginning, it had been whispered that Kinzo had built a mansion on this island specifically because of the existence of an entrancing mistress. I'm sorry, Natsuki. I know how much you respect Dad, but a rumor started a long time ago. He handled the construction of this island entirely on his own. People have always guessed he had some contraption or secret room set up in this mansion that only he knew about. And it's always been whispered that, hidden somewhere on this island, there's a secret mansion no one knows about. I see. This island might look small on a map, but it's quite large for just the Ashiramiya family to live on. So people have expected he'd built a secret mansion somewhere on the uncivilized forest for this mistress to live in? That'd be a quite large-scale scheme. In the beginning, people thought it might be somewhere inside this mansion, that there might be a hidden basement, with a fabulous hidden room where the witch that portlet was secretly hiding. But after seeing that intricate auto-lock on Dad's study, it isn't hard to imagine, right? After all, Father did spread the rumor that a large amount of gold was hidden somewhere by some mechanism. I wouldn't be surprised if there existed some hidden room inside this very mansion that none of us knows about yet. When Mother was alive, she would often scour the entire mansion searching for Father when he wasn't anywhere to be found. Mother also suspected what Rudolph just said. She believed there's hidden doors or stairways somewhere, and that this blonde-haired mistress was hidden behind it. It's hard to believe, but there's some actual examples of other countries of people cheating with someone over a period of decades by making them live in a hidden attic room. Furthermore, Kinzen had a mansion this extravagant. It's possible to suspect the existence of a hidden room. Yeah, this is Kinzo we're talking about. He's all over that shit. From what I've heard, the legend of the Rokanjima witch was just a fairy tale that made up to scare children away from the uncivilized forest. I mean, I'm cracking open a cold one. But it's starting to sound like there's a little more to the story. Well, as you know, this is a lonely island without anything but the Ashiramiya mansion on it. When Rosa and I were little brats, on stormy nights, we got so scared by the sound of the trees rustling in the direction of the forest. We had this crazy delusion that something weird might be looking at us from out in between those trees. It's only natural for a brat to think of stuff like that, but when Rosa and I complained about it, some people figured it was more than a brat's imagination. Isn't that right, Aniki? Yeah. Nissan and I thought that you might have coincidentally spotted Father's mistress, living in secrecy on this island as she went out for a walk when no one was looking. Of course, Mother felt the same. Even among the older servants, you often heard that ghost story about the witch in the portrait wanders the mansion at midnight. Outwardly, I laughed it off as a ghost story, but on the inside, I suspected very much that it hinted at the existence of a hidden mistress. In that case, you're saying the existence of a 19th person might not be completely ridiculous. But they might actually be somewhere around here. Sounds like one of those devil's proofs Rudolph's always talking about. It might be possible to prove that there is a 19th person, but it's impossible to prove that a 19th person doesn't exist. Should we continue the discussion on the conception that there's a person named Beatrice hiding somewhere on the island? That's a good plan from the perspective of risk management. It's probably much more prudent to say she might exist, rather than saying she could exist. I see. Sorry, I was a bit careless. Or sorry for laughing just now. It's fine. I don't mind. Hideyoshi apologized deeply for taking the worst-case scenario lightly, despite calling himself the president of a company. Silence fell again. Preparing for the existence of a 19th person would mean, in effect, acknowledging the presence of some unknown hidden person on the island. And since this person might be planning something shady, it was only natural that the conversation would turn in an ominous direction. In the past, Father would sometimes suddenly disappear without telling anyone where he went. After all, he's a man who values silence. It wouldn't have been out of the ordinary for him to shut himself up in some library room after purposefully not telling anyone where he was going. However, when the witch theory was slowly refined into the theory about his mistress, people eventually whispered that he was secretly going back and forth to see her. Mom was totally paranoid in her last years. She'd sometimes suddenly start making a fuss, asking the servants to start looking for Dad immediately because of some urgent situation. Yeah, that did happen sometimes. Mother was always doing something like that in her later years, and that frightening atmosphere still hasn't gone away. I can say for certain now, she was a person to be pitied. So then what happened with those large-scale searches of the house? Did they find anything? No. Father wasn't caught foolishly in a hidden room even once. Always, after a long time had passed, he would suddenly show up somewhere. Then he'd say he'd taken a nap in some library room, or that the wind had summoned him to take a walk on the beach. But it was always some place where servants had already looked. We never knew where Father had gone. Even at the time, Grandfather was famous for his occult inclinations, so some of the servants exaggerated, saying he must have turned into butterflies and danced around the rose garden. So in short, Father frequently disappeared and no one knew where he went. Yeah, since we couldn't find him no matter how much we looked inside the mansion, we got more and more sure that Dad might have been somewhere outside. But the area outside the mansion isn't large at all, which leaves only the forest. And if you tie in that with the legend of the witch, you get a theory like this. Father actually built a hidden mansion somewhere in the forest, inside of which a mistress by the name of Beatrice lived, and he sometimes went to see her. Kenzo frolicking in the woods with animals like a Disney princess. That's real. I admire his sense of whimsy, honestly. I was also young at the time. I was so eager to find where Father was having an affair that at one point I followed him when he went outside. Of course, it was just a failure. Every time Father went out, he was oddly intent on avoiding places where he might be seen. I was extremely careful to prevent anyone from spotting him. And he was extraordinarily earnest in his attempts to do so. But that actually made me sure. He must have been going out for some reason that the members of his family couldn't know about. And that'd be going to meet his mistress. Kenzo's like one of those YouTubers who'd do anything for the bit, for better or for worse. Yeah. Probably try to avoid being seen. After seeing Hideyoshi nod and say yes, yes, as though it was quite obvious, Eva got a little sullen. Well, anyway, this island was like a sketchbook in which Father, with his Western obsession, could draw out all of his dreams. Everything about this island was exactly how Father wanted it. It wouldn't be odd at all if there was a hidden mansion somewhere for this mistress to live in. Eva's work spoke for what all the siblings had come to think. For a while, the room returned to silence again, and everyone listened to the sound of the wind and rain. Was there a hidden mansion on this island? And had Kinzo's mistress been living there in hiding for a long, long time? Everyone thought they were being too suspicious, and they hesitated a long time without speaking, but everyone shared a common opinion. Kyrie, who had been listening to the whole time with her eyes closed, spoke to no one in particular. How long has this rumor about Father's mistress been around? As soon as we moved to this island, about 30 years ago. After all, it probably would have been impossible for him to keep a hidden mansion built while we were here. People and materials would have to be going in and out. It would have been exposed quickly. So if it was possible, it happened before we moved here. Probably could have been built along with the mansion while we were still living in Odawara. Since father had to set up a double life with his family and his mistress, it's probably reasonable to assume he had it all planned from the beginning. And his relationship with that mistress probably went back to the days when he lived in Odawara. Probably. As if father says, she's the source of the vast amount of gold he used to gain the funds that resurrected the Shiremiya family. We could probably conclude that they had a close relationship since Odawara. A relationship trusting enough for her to lend him a vast quantity of gold. I can't even imagine how old that relationship must have been. Perhaps father gave her some valuable advice for succeeding in a business. It's natural to think that, out of a sense of gratitude for that, this person gave father the gold. If you think about it that way, it's obvious they would have a close relationship after that, rather than a festering relationship with the mistress. It was probably a relationship of gratitude, a person who saved the Yoshimiya family from its crisis. I don't know if what Natsu's entering has a ring or truth to it or not, but even in that case, it isn't building a hidden mansion and having her live in it or going a bit too far. Doesn't that mean they felt something a bit more than gratitude? Oh, this is all speculation. In the first place, no one's ever found that hidden mansion. Annika, you're planning on expanding this island into a resort, right? As you were doing that, you didn't manage to stumble upon it by chance, did you? Maybe even Mom bumped into some gold there, too. You think Rakajima is Treasure Island or something? Don't play dumb. We know that, although you say you're opening a resort, you've been really planning to investigate this entire island, right? Judging by all the trouble and confusion you were talking about earlier, you haven't been very successful, have you? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's a misunderstanding. Isn't it perfectly natural that investigating this island be the first step in turning into a resort? Kraus tried to play dumb, but it was plainly obvious to his siblings who knew him so well. Kraus was definitely sure of the existence of a hidden mansion, and under the pretense of opening a resort, he had been closely investigating the island, searching for a clue as to the location of the hidden gold. They couldn't tell whether that conviction was just him overthinking things, or whether it was based on some physical proof. Still, Kraus, with all his guile, was sure, and that was enough proofs for the other siblings to be sure too. A story about a witch living in a forest is obviously a fairy tale, but a story about some blonde-haired girl secretly living in a mansion no one knows about in the middle of the forest isn't much better. That's right. That really would be just like a fairy tale. You like those, don't you, Rosa? Well... When the mansion was built on this island, Father was at the height of prosperity. With his money, he could probably obtain anything, and make any of his wild imaginings real. Mansion in the forest where a witch quietly waits? Sounds like that kind of situation Father would like. Doesn't it? Like something from the occult or a fairy tale. Feels like Dad's kind of hobby. On this island, which the Urshimiya family had lived for 30 years now, a hidden mansion that no one knew about had been quietly built to house a witch, about whom nothing was known except what could be guessed from a portrait. Even this hastily thrown together theory might not be completely delusional, considering all of Kunzo's strange habits and his vast wealth. It might not have been impossible for Father to build a hidden mansion to satisfy his dreams. However, let's be realistic. Would it be possible to house his beloved woman in that hidden mansion for decades without it becoming inconvenient? Well, if there's love, it could have been doable, right? Think of the facilities that needed to let his beloved woman live healthily, in a way that would satisfy Father. For example, even if it was a small scale, it has to be an intricate and pleasant residence. It'd probably need to have electricity, gas, running water, as well as some people to see to her needs. Even cooking would be quite difficult. She would need clothes and makeup and daily necessities. The needs of a woman aren't simple. Wouldn't it be possible to maintain all of that without any of the family or servants noticing? When you say it that way, it sure sounds like a weak point in our theory, but that's not enough to get rid of the feeling that Dad might have been able to do it anyway. After all, it's Dad we're talking about. That's right. It's our father. If Father wanted to succeed in an endeavor, he would have succeeded no matter what. Saying that something would be so difficult for a normal person, and therefore impossible, doesn't apply when it comes to Father. Indeed. You should never underestimate Father. Father's madness can't be understood by normal people. He's just crazy. I wouldn't put it past that, Kinzo. So long as you stick to this phrase, a considerable amount of credibility can dwell in any absurd story. However, that didn't cause the importance of what Kyrie had said to waver. It was different from stealthily raising a kitten in a cardboard box and keeping it a secret from your parents. Taking care of a person in secret for over a period of 30 years would be an incalculably massive task. After all, Father's Legend of the Gold started before he gained possession of Rakunjima. That'd mean his relationship with his mistress is over 30 years long. How old would that make her? In the worst case, she'd be as old as us or older, right? By that age, the body starts to break down. I don't care what the mansion's like. I wouldn't use the word agreeable to describe living in a place where people's eyes can't reach. Almost like she was under house arrest. That's right. If what Father had told us about Beatrice is true, then the relationship has lasted for over 30 years. She might have been a charming young woman at the time, but probably makes sense to assume that she's an old bag like us now. I can immediately imagine that, given the contents of that letter. You should talk. Kraus laughed as if none of this applied to him. Of course, Ava was offended, but she didn't strike back. Quit it. So if everything we're thinking's true, then she should be joining in on Dad's inheritance problem with her head held high. After all, there's a good chance their love was mutual, unlike with Mom. Even if she knows she's his mistress, she might also be proud to be his true wife. It's an insult to Mother. Yeah, sorry. However, everyone knows that it was a political marriage decided on by the elders among his relatives. Because of that, it definitely would be strange for Father to have a mistress. So-called hag lovers when real old bags show up. It's okay, we love Ava. I think she is so women. The family sank after the Great Kanto earthquake, and Father was set up by the as the Ushirimiya family head against his will. However, in the beginning, the elder relatives treated Kinzo like a dummy and influenced him powerfully, almost like he was a puppet. He wasn't permitted to decide anything by himself, not even his marriage partner. Ever since he met that golden witch in those distant days, Kinzo's Legend of the Gold was quickly embellished into something dramatic. Very ill woman voice. She's 50. Learning Ava is like 50 is crazy to me. Like, it makes sense. Because, like, George is like 20 something, right? So, like, the timeline wise, it makes sense. But also, she's the real hot older women are in demand. She's the hot older woman who is in demand. In other words, it could mean Kinzo really did find the woman she loved. And if she also knew the whole story, even if they weren't marriage partners, it would have been odd for her to consider herself his true wife inside her heart. And now the person registered as true wife was already dead. The age of 50 is in demand! Which means she might feel confident staking her claim, not just for the rights to his assets, but regarding the battle over the headship, too. I see. Starting to see the purpose of this letter. The headship goes to the one who solves the riddle of the epitaph. Is that what it means? Even if that mistress was added to the family ranking system, she isn't a direct relative of Father, so she'd be inferior even to the children. In other words, she'd be one step below Rosa in rank. That wouldn't be a good position to enter the battle from the headship from. I see, so that's it. If someone can solve the witch's riddle, they'll get the headship regardless of rank. In other words, it's the most advantageous condition that Beatrice could possibly get, since she's no chance otherwise. The revival of the Ushirimiya family was made possible by the gold Beatrice had bestowed. It was quite distinguishing service she'd provided. She'd built that wealth together with Kinzo. So it was natural that she would think that she was of herself as the one who should inherit it. It would also be natural for her to despise the thought of giving it up to the children of the wife Kinzo never loved. How could she be so impudent? Even if such a mistress can actually exist, joining in on the battle for the rights to the head's inheritance would be a reckless action far above her place. What disregard for her own position? Natsuki turned red, her fist quivering. She'd also come into the Ushirimiya family due to complicated circumstances. Those who knew that understood more or less why she was so angry for the sake of Kinzo's dead wife. Yeah, like, we still haven't figured out what the fuck is going... Like, we still don't fully I still don't fully know what's going on with Natsuhi's backstory. Well, thanks to that reckless acquisition of hers, we all have an even chance now, right? Father has even given it his silent approval. Will the person who succeeds the Yoshimiya family be his mistress, Beatrice, or one of us who the relatives he doesn't love? Maybe he wants to make us struggle over it to see who's worthy. As Ava giggled roguishly, Kraus shrugged his shoulders and looked away. However, since she's the one who brought up this rule to light in the first place, maybe that means it gives her a significant advantage. That's right. In the first place, if Beatrice meant that letter literally, that she's father's alchemist. In other words, she's the manager of the gold. It wouldn't be strange at all if she knew where it was hidden, would it? Isn't that harsh? It's like she's giving her a riddle she knows the answer to. She'll probably show up rudely and say, here's the answer, take the headship now, and snatch everything away from us. That's right. The person who brings up a riddle always knows the answer. There's a good chance this is all a trap for steal everything from us. If you think about it like that, don't you start to doubt whether she really had any gold in the first place? Why would she tell us about it? All she has to do is keep quiet and embezzle it. It really is strange. It certainly is the case. If the epitaph showed the way to the hidden gold, why would she challenge them to try and solve it? If they actually did solve it, wouldn't all the gold be stolen from her? Could it be that this person was trying to stir the siblings up so they sold the epitaph and then planned to steal it away at the last second? It was an extremely logical possibility. No. If you spin the chessboard around, there might be a pretty good chance that they actually do have the gold. Why are you so certain? Wait, Aniki. Kiri, please keep talking. Because she's bored? Yeah, she's bored. She's bored in her mansion. I have, like, an itch on my back, and it is, like, right out of reach, and I'm so irritated about it. Why do you think that? After all, do they really think we'll let go of the Yoshimiya family headship just because someone tells us the answer to the riddle in the witch's epitaph? That we'll be so impressed by their answer that we'll just give up? Well, that's true. No way they're so naive that they assumed we'd just give up after being told the answer to a riddle. That we'd just say, here you go, and hand it over? Of course. The headship of the Yoshimiya family is not something that can be handed over so easily. That's it exactly. No matter how Beatrice might wide-sidedly propose a game like this, even if she were to spectacularly show us the answer... Scratch your back in a wall corner? But I'm sitting. I will later. There's no way we'll immediately hand over the headship. In other words, unless she has compelling force in the form of challenging us to a game with equal conditions for us all, this won't truly count as a game. Umi Thursday, let's go. Hi, Dad. Welcome in. Welcome in. You're right. Unless the losers have no choice but to give up the headship because of a compelling force, this won't really count as a game. What would this compelling force be? Would it bind us in chains and threaten us into handing over the headship? I see. I get it. They just have to do something to make us want us to give up the headship willingly. I see. To that, Beatrice would have to own 10 tons of gold. See, I get it too. In other words, it's trade? What do you mean? A trade? A trade what? The Yoshimiya family headship for the hidden gold. Beatrice surely tends to tell us the location of the 10 tons of golds and uses that a bribe to gain the Yoshimiya family headship. Ridiculous. They want to train the headship of the glorious Yoshimiya family for money? That's blasphemy. Blasphemy against the Yoshimiya family. Please listen without getting mad. But how much wealth does the glorious Yoshimiya family have right now? Are we really that affluent? The definitions of affluence is not dependence on property. It's about heart. Our financial situation is nothing to... Kraus interrupted Nazi as he started to go on and on emotionally. In this situation, the more she went on like that, the worse it would actually sound. Me aside, I hear your current situations are quite unfavorable. Oh really? I heard that your financial situation's really bad too. Offering up more and more as collateral for new money to gamble with. Repeatedly dabbling in new gambles, unable to accept your losses. If we count what's going on behind the scenes, you're in even bigger financial straits than the rest of us. Just how much money have you lost, Ni-san? You have no talent. Who are you saying has no talent? And what do you mean financial straits? Natsuki became indignant once more, but Kraus raised his hand and interrupted her. Seems you're making a small mistake. Business is not something that can be judged based on current progress alone. For someone with a long-term outlook on business such as myself, it may sometimes appear at a glance that I've suffered significant short-term losses. Aniki, we've been collecting evidence. Your position right now isn't one to be proud of. So this is what Kiryu's trying to say. Every one of us has got money trouble. And Beatrice has 10 tons of gold. As the only person who knows the location of the 10 tons of gold, Beatrice is planning using it to force us to sell the headship. How much is 10 tons of gold worth? At a rough estimate, let's say 2 billion yen? No, 20 billion yen. With that much piled up, we'd be ecstatic to accept her as the successor. The scene returned to silence. In fact, the rain and the wind felt even nosier now. It's probably the sound of the windstorm racing through the insides of their minds. This isn't funny! To think we'd give up the headship to some woman of doubtful origin, just because she had a little money stored up. Don't be stupid. That ship wasn't even yours in the first place, right? We got nothing to lose and money to gain. We'll have to calculate our profit and loss, but it's something worth listening to. They knew that Kraus had eaten up much of the Ushirima family's assets. So, those dregs that remained to that inheritance, versus the cost of being accepted as the head that Beatrice would pay. It was a shame, but honestly, the former was less enticing than the latter. Well, it probably wouldn't end up as 4 equal portions. Since Aniki would be giving up his position of successor, his portion would have to be larger. Makes me feel kind of jealous, you know. Dear, the amount of money isn't the problem, right? Your cowardly younger siblings are trying to sell the glory of the Ushirima family for money, don't you see? Why aren't you displaying your dignity as the oldest son? Natsuki, stay quiet for a while. Dear! This is a dizzying proposal. We are each planning on getting 250 million yen out of Aniki. If the witch treats us like 10%, treats us with 10% of those 10 tons, that's 2 billion. Yeah, that means she's treating us with 10 times our original goal. That alone would be more than enough for us. It's not like I've got any attachment to the Ushirima name. I'd be happy to sell it off. Even if 10 tons is a slightly optimistic figure, yeah, it'd still be a fascinating prospect for us. We're trying to form an alliance amongst siblings to kick these outsider called Beatrice out. But if this is her plan, it'll tear apart the unity between us. Yeah, at this point, we can state it clearly. The goal of Beatrice's letter was to disturb us. If the 3 younger siblings, who never had anything to do with the inheritance, were paid enough money to satisfy them, they'd happily select Beatrice as the next head. A moat had been dug all around Kraus. In that case, the negotiations would be one-on-one between her and Kraus. He tried to look strong, but Kraus's financial and political situation was extremely weak. He might bluff in front of his siblings, but on the inside he was considering entering negotiations, depending on the sum of money involved. In order to deter his losses, Kraus had taken advantage of the fact that Kinzo had shut himself up in his room and had embezzled Kinzo's personal assets. Therefore, when Kinzo died and the inheritance was distributed, Kraus's situation would probably be investigated. But if he gave up his seat as head to Beatrice, she would also receive rights to the assets, and as a result, the distribution of the inheritance with siblings would not occur. In other words, Kraus's embezzlement might not have to be made known to the other siblings. Of course, the siblings were frightened of Kinzo, but it was doubtful whether they actually respected him as a father. By this time, they'd even had their own families, their own wealth, and their own lives. They were paid enough money in exchange for Rakanjima, the wreckage of Kinzo's dreams. There was a significant likelihood that they relinquished the Ushirima family name. In other words, Beatrice's victory was already guaranteed in this game. not as the winner of Beatrice's game, but as the winner of Kinzu's game. Kinzu's went orders the epitaph be put on display, and until today, no one had solved it. So Beatrice solved it. In other words, this is less of a game and more like Beatrice's declaration of victory. However, Kyrie thought there might be a catch. If this was a declaration of victory, Beatrice would only have to display the gold openly and state her intent to buy the inheritance. And yet she had gone through all this trouble, telling the siblings to try and solve the epitaph. Why did she set up this new game where she agreed to hand over all of the gold and the inheritance to the epitaph solver? I'm gonna 2 billion yen to fuck off. That's real. Kyrie tried spinning the chessboard around several times. She searched for the sort of ideal strategy Beatrice might be after, something that might lead to this kind of thinking. In the end, she reached a single conclusion. Could it be arrogance? Or maybe she's playing? What are you talking about? The witch sent us a letter of challenge, forcing us to try and solve the epitaph. She might be taking us lightly, thinking we could never solve it. However, at the very least, there ought to be one extremely small chance we do solve it. After all, we have 4 of Father's children by blood, right? The questioner called together 4 blood relatives who, if they tried frantically to work together and avoid having those assets stolen from them, might come across the answer of the riddle by chance. The reason the witch had a superior position in negotiations compared to the siblings was only that she knew the location of the hidden gold. But if that hiding place was exposed to someone other than her, the witch's advantage would crumble. In short, Beatrice gains nothing but risk by writing the witch's letter of challenge. Of course, it might have had an effect of splitting apart the siblings' alliance, but if that was her only goal, why would she take this risk, however slight it might be? That seems reckless to me. But if we keep in time a certain type of motion, the risk comes comprehensible. And you're saying it's arrogance? Yeah, that's right. When people have an overwhelming advantage, they tend to get arrogant. And when they do, they want to show off that advantage to the losers, so they sometimes take on small risks. Yo, that's the Umineko magic system. A moderate amount of risk adds a little spice to the joy of victory. It'd be boring to win without any risk. I understand. I like that kind of thing too. Yeah, I understand it well. I thought of a few plausible explanations for the true motive behind Beatrice's letter, but I think this really might be the truth. The emotion hidden behind the letter was arrogance. 90% of witches quit before making it big. That's true. She's trying to throw her weight around, looking down on us as there's no way we could figure out such a difficult epitaph. It might even be possible, if surprising, that the epitaph wasn't written by Father, but by her. Sounds great. Solve the riddle of the epitaph, she says. If only I solved it, I would be made the head, right? I'll solve it. I'll accept the witch's challenge. As if those other idiot siblings could solve it. I'll solve it by myself, and then I'll prove that I'm the one who's fit to succeed the Ashirimiya family. I'll take that challenge. I will. Solve the riddle. We love her! Oh my god, she's so slay. I love her so much. She's so women to me. The, like, little baby, I can't get over how cute the little baby Ava is. Oh, where are we? Oh, we're so back to this again. I see. So she's not a witch, but a mistress named Beatrice who lived on the island. So there can be more than 18 people, which means I can defeat the line of reasoning that says any crime impossible for all 18 people must involve magic. That's a big scoop. Pardon me, Battler, would you like some black tea and cookies? Bito's butler, who called himself Ranabe, appeared out of nowhere. A plate served on a silver tray was filled with delicious-looking steaming black tea and cookies. I really don't like this guy's smile. For some reason, it doesn't look like a smile used to warmly greet a guest. Feels like he's mocking me somehow. I don't know if he really takes me for an idiot or if it's just a joke or something, but it's really irritating me. I don't need any. I'm busy now. Leave me alone. Oh my, such a shame. The cookies were so delicious too. Cooked so wonderfully that they'd be wasted on a mere human. I'll eat some when I feel like it. I'll just set it down somewhere and get out of here. Will that be acceptable? Then I shall do so. You may eat them when they get cold and stale, and then regret to the fullest that you did not eat them when they were fresh. You really are annoying. Huh, you're a lot better than Bito, who keeps doing that creepy cackle right next to my ear. Yes, that is quite true. There are times when Milady's laughter becomes quite undignified. Every time I hear it, I find it painful to comprehend why adorable demons as myself must serve such a master. You shouldn't be shit-talking her. Man, you're weird. If you don't like it, then couldn't you just not work for her? And yet to continue serving is a furniture's joy. If we do not serve, we'd hardly be furniture. Setting that aside, how has the game been proceeding? Just now you seem to have found some useful information that quite pleased you. Well, now, I wonder what your shallow wit has conjured up. As Ronave mocked me and giggled, he followed my earlier words literally and placed the black tea and cookies in a random spot nearby. In any case, it seems you're now confident in the existence of a 19th person, yes? Would you be gracious enough to allow me to hear your opinion? Yeah, sure. I'm just gonna say it again in front of Bito anyway. No reason to hide it. Basically, it looks like there's a hidden mansion somewhere on this island, and Grandfather has his mistress living there. Ronave and Beatrice go back. They've been shit-talking each other for literal aeons. Oh, so they're like besties. They're like oomfies. The question that's been torturing me about whether there are 18 or 19 people can easily be resolved. You've driven yourself into a corner because of the dead end that you yourself have created. Even though you deny the witch, Butler, you hold a double standard and refuse to accept that the culprit is one of the 18. The easiest way to deny the witch would be to suspect one of the 18. It isn't easy to gather alibis for every one of them. You always find at least one person with a fragile alibi. I could probably continue to deny the witch forever if I used that person as a scapegoat. However, if I refuse to do that, it's useless. It's all useless. Every one of those 18 people is either a parent, a relative, or a cousin to me. And of those reliable servants who are sometimes serious and sometimes fun to be with, I won't let myself use any of them as a scapegoat. In the past, my resolve wavered. That's how Bito hit me, where my heart was weak. Accepting and understanding of one's weaknesses, it's not something that often be accomplished. Butler, you must use this theory about the 19th person as a spear. Or should I say, a shield? In any event, the contrast to how you unprepared you were in the previous games, the fact that you now have a compass bearing on how to fight, is a dramatic leap forward, let us say. With this, you can suspect a 19th person and pursue your theory that a culprit is a human, without having to doubt any of the 18 you love and respect. It's exactly. Like in the first game, when Cannon was killed in the boiler, there are plenty of tricks I could have mentioned without hesitation, so long as a 19th person existed. In the first game, Cannon was killed in the boiler room. One might think that he was attacked by Kumasawa, who had gone down into the boiler room with him, or maybe someone had appeared to be dead earlier was actually faking and had ambushed him. Either way, it was a move that forced me to suspect one of the 18. However, by simply proposing that a 19th person existed, there was no longer any need to suspect one of the 18 for that murder in the boiler room. In short, I can at least deny the line of reasoning saying that if something is impossible for every one of the 18, therefore the culprit is a witch. Using this argument, it's easy to explain, for example, the problematic case that already occurred in this game. Who gave Maria the letter? Even if all 18 people have alibis, I could easily explain everything by saying a 19th person must have visited her and given her the letter. I'd say that's quite a good move. Now, how would I strike back against it? You still have plenty of weak points, even if you're aware of them. Maybe the 18-person attack would be an effective move. To judge the strength of your defense, it may be easy to contest that point again. And how will you do it, Demon Butler? Uh-oh. Here we go. Oh, it's the music kind of goes hard, actually. I believe it'd be appropriate to ambush the piece representing the 19th person you mentioned. Battler, you've met this 19th person, yes? Would you please show some proof that this 19th person exists? How naive. Of course I knew you'd probably try that move. My, please respond to it. Witches and demons and the like. There's no more fitting move for you guys to use. It's one of those devil's proofs. Yeah, I was literally thinking about that, Zero. So I was like, whoa, the goats are literal scapegoats. When you try to make some claim to humans like us, we can always counterattack by telling you to show some proof. Because that's a human move. And then I'm fighting with a witch. I'm taking part in a battle with someone who isn't human. And some moves exist can only be used in a game against a witch. They're cheat moves. That's what this devil's proof is. Because it's impossible to prove. Let's assume there's a hidden mansion on Rokkenjima, separate from the Ushirimiya family mansion, and that woman named Beatrice lives there. In order to prove this, one must find this mansion and actually bring Beatrice out of it. It's called actual proof in the human world. However, if we follow the devil's proof, you can deny she exists, even if there's no proof she does. Yeah, they've made the ultimate idiot. Because it's impossible to prove that something doesn't exist. That's right, I'm finally able to turn the tables using the devil proof, which had tormented me so much before. Those guys were always trying to force me to accept the existence of the witch with it. After all, it was physically impossible for me to show any proof that the witches don't exist and deny Beat's claims. That's why I kept getting hit with that reckless argument with the witches do exist, and I was unable to counterattack. That's why I'll spin the chessboard right around now. I can't disprove the existence of witches, then that means if I suggest that a 19th human exists, you can't deny that either. In other words, because the problematic and mysterious mistress is craftily hiding herself, it'd be perfectly natural if you never found her, no matter how hard you looked. So, you can't say your inability to find a 19th person proves that she doesn't exist. Therefore, it's impossible to deny the 19th person's existence. Bito used the devil's proof to make denying her own existence impossible, but this time it's become my weapon. If we can get away with this argument, then forget a 19th person. This island could be full of people we don't know about. And even if there were 100 or 10 or 100 of them, she still couldn't deny that they existed. In the last game, the one before that, among the murder scenes that showed up, there were several that were extremely intricate and must have taken a lot of effort to set up. It's really hard to imagine a single culprit setting up all those. However, if not just a 19th person, but 10 or 100 people were hidden somewhere, that wouldn't be any problem at all. If they all split up the work, they could handle any job in a short period of time. Of course, doubts will naturally arise as to whether a large group of people like that could sneak around the mansions without being noticed, but those are all settled by the devil's proof. You can't deny that even 100 people were there just because they weren't seen or noticed. Even though I'm saying it myself, it's such a stupid argument that it makes me want to throw up. However, because it's a dirty move, it's a perfect one to use against a witch. Oh, this is just my imagination, but what about 100 suspicious men wearing goat masks were hiding in the shadows? Something like that's worse than laughable, almost like they're cockroaches. You see one, it means there's 100 more hiding somewhere. Well, I do think it's a ridiculous argument that's horribly twisted. If my opponent were human, I'm sure they'd yell at me like I was out of my mind. But my opponent's a witch. After all, that's the kind of competition we're having, isn't it? I'll use any kind of reckless argument to explain it using humans and deny the witch. Anyway, with this move, I won't have to doubt any of the 18 who are close to me again. I won't suffer a defeat like last time. I see, you've learned from your previous defeat. That's good. It's no surprise you've become so devious now that you're in your third game. Your first strength in your own defense. That's a truly solid first step. Quite a spectacular move, I'd say. Well, even if we do assume there's a 19th person, there's still a few tricks left I can't resolve, like the actual number of master keys, no matter how many humans I add. Still, it isn't bad as a first step for the time being. Battler, your trump card is the important piece called the 19th person. You countered my move of asking where the truth was by using the devil's proof. A good skirmish, although I must apologize for making a move by myself when the lady isn't here. I find that I too am growing slightly interested. I wonder if you'll allow me to make another move in the lady's behalf? Let's have it. I got no shortage of opponents, be they witches or demons. The move you presented called the Devil's Proof, a specialty of us demons, but there's also various other moves available to us. Do you know of a move called Hempel's Raven? Hempel's Raven? What are you talking about? Just then, the enraging laugh that I'd heard so many times started echoing. She's back, baby! Hi, Queen! The room was filled with dazzling gold butterflies. At the center of Whirlwind, the Golden Witch appeared. If it isn't Milady, good morning. I thought you might be doing something interesting while I was away. Hempel's Raven, was it? Such a familiar old move, I could almost laugh. To think the day has come when I get to show it off to Battler. It's a classic move to use against a devil's proof. Ronove, I'll make this move. Don't get in the way of my fun. You shonily showed up, you guffawing witch. I see you're laughing like a freak as usual. This guy was just talking behind your back just now, telling me how undignified you look when you do that. Right? I hate your laugh. It irritates me and flusters me and makes me blush furiously. Yeah, they've got that vibe, and I like that. How rude. Is that true? Nonsense. Why would I speak such gossip against Milady, whom I regard with such sincere respect? I can't believe you'd say something so shameless. Does it look like we'll be getting along well together? Well, that's fine. Let us return to the point at hand. Hempel's Raven is used to show actual proof using the contrapositive. In other words, it's a move like this. What must you do to prove that ravens are black? Huh? What are you talking about? Prove that ravens are black? Wouldn't you just have to catch a raven and check to see if it's black? That's right. You must simply prove that a raven equals black. Do you see that? If you instead prove that birds that aren't black equals not ravens, you would reach the same argument. You go through the world and examine all birds that are not raven and prove that none of them are black, then as a result you can claim that therefore black birds are ravens. This is called an argument by contrapositive. That too difficult for you? No kidding. I've got no idea what you're saying. He's so fucking stupid. It's more of a, I suppose this is more of a generalized proof. Since you can't directly prove it, you go by going in and proving everything that isn't possible instead of what is possible. It's kind of similar to chessboard thinking, really. There, what about this example? Let's say you have two boxes. One of them is a winner and with a cookie inside. Of course, the other one is a loser and is empty. For example, here are two boxes, where one has a cookie inside and you means you win, while the other is empty and means you lose. At this moment, it has a cookie inside equals you win, which implies that if you do not win, it had no cookie inside. When such a relationship exists, the latter is called the contrapositive. If A then B is true, then if not A, B, then not A is also true. Well, that's obvious. I get it mathematically, but I have trouble applying it to the actual riddles in the game. We'll see how well I get it. I'm probably stupid as well. I'm probably dumb as hell, and I probably also don't fully get it. Well, that's obvious. If one of you guessed was the loser, you'd automatically know that the other one was the winner. In other words, if you choose a box at random, whether it's a winner or a loser, you'll be able to figure out which box has the cookie in it after your first move. That's correct. If the cookie in the box you open, then the devil's proof is satisfied. You can directly prove that this box is the winner and this box has a cookie in it. However, if the box you open is empty, then the reverse, Hempel's Raven, is satisfied. In other words, the box does not have a cookie in it, this box is not the winner. So as long as we accept the premise that there are more than two boxes, the contrapositive shows that the box is automatically the winner. Well, I think I'm starting to see your reasoning. Only poison can stop poison, and only twisted logic can stop twisted logic. Then what? How does that overturn my claim that because there's definitely a 19th human hidden on this island, even if all people have alibis, I still won't have to accept witches? Very well, I'll teach you about my move. First of all, you're stating that the culprit is not among the 18. The culprit is the 19th person. So if you use the contrapositive, it ends up like this. In short, the culprit is not the 19th person. The culprit is one of the 18. Huh? What do you mean? Only I've countered your move. Let's try and keep things simple. Ronove, explain. It seems you've made things easily enough for Battler to understand with your cookie box analogy. Forgive my presumption. Allow me to explain my googly example one more. Allow me to repeat my story about the 2 treasure boxes, one of which has a cookie in it. In this situation, you have an 18-person box and a 19-person box. So the cookie represents the culprit. Battler, say you open the 18-person box. Because the cookie is not there, and you have paradoxically proven that therefore the cookie is in the 19th person box. Let's make an even more paradoxical claim. In other words, if it was shown that the 19th person box was empty, it would prove at the same time the cookie is in the 18th person box. Battler played his move in order to avoid having any doubt of the 18, but it's now been used to prepare an 18-person attack. What the hell? If I go first and prove that the inside of the 19-person box is empty, you will automatically have to accept that the cookie is in the 18-person box. All I've done is say it the other way around, yes? So the move I was confident in was actually a double-edged sword? That's right! As soon as you played that move and attempted to explain everything with a 19th person, you'd already taken on a risk that you might be forced to accept the culprit was one of the 18. I see. Hempel's Raven. So this is a countering technique. Well, if I really think about it, this counter is really disadvantageous for me. This isn't a cookie we're talking about. I imagine the loser, the chest actually has a bomb in it. It gets even clearer. There aren't just 2 treasure chests, but 18 plus 1 more for the 19th person. If you think of that as a total of 19 boxes, it gets even easier to picture. First off, one of the premises of the human culprit theory is that the bomb will definitely be in one of these boxes. I don't want to place the bomb in the boxes of any of the 18, so I used the Devil's Proof and created the 19th person box. I could throw the bomb in there. That much is fine, but then Bito struck back. Now, if the contents of the 19th person box are empty, that'll automatically mean the bomb's in one of the 18 boxes. If I could examine what's inside all of those boxes, then as long as I can show the bomb's in any of them, I'll be able to safely show that 18 are innocent. If that were possible, I had nothing to fear. However, in reality, that'll be impossible. The police wouldn't come here in this typhoon. We don't have access to scientific investigations or experts or anything. In short, we can't prove anything decisively. It'll be impossible for me to find proof other than simply gulping down whatever alibis each of the 18 give. That means I personally have to prove their innocence, and I have to do it perfectly. Like by staying with them the whole time, never letting them out of my sight for a second. By doing that, I would probably be sure of that person's innocence, sure that the bomb isn't in their box. However, in practical terms, that'll be impossible. In other words, I'd have to expend an incredible amount of effort just to check the contents of one box. And there are 18. In other words, unless I bound all 8 of them in chains and watch over them, it'll be impossible to prove that all of them have empty boxes. However, Bito only has to open one box, the 19th person box, and to show that it's empty to prove that the bomb's in one of either 18 boxes. Furthermore, there's no need for her to show which of the 18 boxes has the bomb. I've got 18 times more work to do to explain my pet theory than Beatrice does for hers. That's super interesting. That's so interesting what she's doing. When Devil's Proof exists in this world, it takes a vast amount of effort to argue against it, and there's many cases which it's impossible to do because of the situation. However, Hempel's Raven turns that problem around. It makes it possible to prove things easily. By using Hempel's Raven, various reckless arguments become possible to prove true or false. For example, let's say I try to make the promotion, all humans except me equals foolish. Normally, I would have to examine all of humanity except myself and show that they're all foolish. However, in reality, it'd be impossible to investigate billions of people. It's in just the same sort of effort you need to open all 18 boxes. However, by using Hempel's Raven, the contrapositive of the proposition, I would change it into this. If you, to use your phrase, spin the chessboard around and claim that all humans except me equals foolish, you have to do nothing more than prove that not foolish is me. And what do you think that means? As soon as I know the fact that I am wise, I will be able to show into an instant that every one of the billions of people in the human race is foolish. In less than a second, I could finish proving that the entire human race is more foolish than me. It truly is the strongest and fastest QED in the world, if this Hempel's Raven. What a ridiculous argument. It's a very convenient move. Not only demons, but gods also use it. When they propose that the blessed, this equals the servants of a god, the contrapositive is a human who is not a servant of God, he must not be blessed. So in order to prove servants of gods are blessed with divine presence, they only have to bring ill fortune upon people who don't receive such profession. Yeah, exactly. She has to defend herself, which is a lot more... which is interesting. So by bringing misfortune down upon those who don't believe in them, they prove their blessedness. An enormous cost is required to give humans happiness. However, it takes a lot less to bring humans misfortune. So by using Hempel's raven, gods are actually giving believers the joy of divine protection for cheap. You demon. It's a demon's argument. That's crazy. Seems we've gone off topic. Let's get back to the point. The move for my counterattack is complete. And now, in response to your claim of the 19th person as the culprit, therefore 18 are innocent and the witch doesn't exist. I say therefore, if I can prove that the culprit is not some 19th person, we can be sure that the culprit is either one of the 18th or a witch, right? For a while, I just stood there, shocked, completely forgetting to close my mouth. Just when I thought I'd countered one of their strong points, their counterattack had been this reckless argument that I could have possibly anticipated. Is this gonna be impossible after all? To continue denying the witch on an island with no more than 18 people? I still believe in the innocence of those 18 people. Is that just a delusion? Am I just trying to escape reality? Not yet. Don't give up this desperate struggle yet. Who cares about whoever's raven? They're just trying to confuse me by bringing up weird bits of trivia. I use the devil's proof. Don't feel uncertain about something you've used once. Believe in the spear you've drawn. And forcefully growled Jinin. We're still in the opening part of the game. Do you plan to keep thinking on this level? Huh. Wait a sec. I want to be sure. I'll admit I talked about a 19 person to keep it simple, but if we're going to use the devil's proof to raise the number of people above 18, then we have no way of knowing whether if there were 8, 10, 100, or even an indeterminate number of people. There's always one more than you assume. Get it? They countered my twisted logic with something even more twisted, so the only thing that could counter that would be even a crazier twisted logic. I see. Even when I somehow prove an alibi for a 19th person, as soon as I do, you'll think of a 20th person and claim they're the culprit. By repeating this endlessly, you'd make it so I kept searching for their alibis for all eternity. I see. Just like a demon king summoning a plague of locusts. I wouldn't expect anything less from Kinzo's grandchild. Looks like you've been gifted with a talent in summoning. In short, it's impossible to always prove an alibi for each person outside of the person X outside of the first 18. How do you like that, Bito? Now that I know that we're having a battle with twisted logic, I won't lose. Yeah, how foolish. Who do you think I am? I'm the Endless Witch. Thought you'd challenge me endlessly is absurd. Endless control means that I am able to kill endlessly. When your 19th person folds, I'll summon a 20th. And when your 20th person folds, you'll summon a 21st. And when your 21st folds and your 22nd person folds, you'll summon a 23rd, a 34th, a 6 something, some big number person. Did you think you'd have me at your mercy for all of eternity? I laugh at infinite regress. The infinite doesn't work against me. Well then, how will you kill my endless? Just try and show me. Yeah, Kinzo is a plague of locusts. Oh. There we go, we're back. I have the power to speak truth in red. Oh, here it comes. And when I speak in red, it will contain absolutely no illusions. If I say once in red that there are no more than 100 people on this island, you'll no longer be able to create a 101st person. This number was voice acted completely straight, by the way. I really need to check out the voice acting for this game. See, Battler, what truth shall I tell the red in red this time? Where shall I strike for the kill and force you into hopelessness? Come, show me your usual frightened face. What? Why are you laughing? I wonder what kind of creepy look I had in my face as I laughed right then. That red sure is scary. Every time it jumps out, I'm driven into the depths of hopelessness. But I've already realized something. There's no need to be overtly afraid of the red. You brought out your trump card again. So, how and for what will Beatrice use the red this time? Huh. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, looking so relaxed. Sorry, but I was waiting for you to take out that blood-red treasured sword of yours. Let's see. What will you proclaim in red this time? You aren't going to say the culprit was one of those 18 people, are you? Be careful, because that means this self-destruction for you, right? Be the same as throwing away your own witch theory yourself. Complete resignation. That's right. The red wasn't always a weapon that worked in Bito's favor alone. It was the other way around. If she used it the wrong way, it was dangerous enough where she could bring up about her own death. If she used it carelessly and said something that ended up denying herself, it'd be exactly the same as self-destructing. Of course, it'd be sad or difficult for me to accept if you told me in red that one of the 18 was a culprit. No matter who the culprit actually was, I'd definitely have to deal with some tough emotions. But before that, it'd mean your defeat. Saying in red that the culprit is a human is equivalent to your proclamation of resignation. He's cooking! Your Honor! If you wanted us to finish each other off in a simultaneous clash, I'd say that's a pretty interesting move. However, this particular battle will end in my victory. Beatrice's red was her true trump card. When that person speaks in red, it's definitely the truth, and no amount of proof and arguments can change that. Till now, she's used that to severely wound me. Each time, tiny foundations supporting my heart get split in half. However, she uses it carelessly, then I can also glean little information about the truth. In the last game, I used that to my advantage, especially during the chapel's closed room trick, and almost completely got her boxed in at one point. But she was pretty sly herself. She learned from experience, and since then she started using discretion in the timing of her red. The feeling of tension was almost literally like a battle with real swords. This is a high-level intellectual battle. Not an intellectual battle. It's a twisted logic. It's the world's craziest and worst battle of twisted logic. Okay, now it's time to hear your plan. That's right. Choose your Hempel's Raven. First, you'll have to confirm in red how many humans there are other than the 18. And after that, if you could claim in red that none of the 18 people in this group are the culprit, that's right. That might be a fatal wound to me. I'm surprised you no longer even have an atom of fear for the red, which once terrified you so much. You're quite resilient. Yeah, this guy is so... I love him to death. He's so fucking stupid. I'm obsessed with him. Try taking it out. That treasured sword, that trump card of yours. This time you might be able to make me surrender with a single stroke, right? Interesting. I wouldn't have it any other way. Agitate her, challenge her, drive her into a corner and make her speak in red. Of course, red's always wiping out my only rays of hope, but don't be afraid of that. On this island overcome with falsehoods and illusion, the only thing I can trust is the information she speaks in red. The only way across the chasm of hell. Just a single tightrope. Her merciless blood-red rays is the only way I can survive. This isn't walking on a tightrope, it's walking on the edge of a blade. Nincompoop is idiotic. He's so useless. I would have solved the murders personally. Of course I'm afraid. Because my victory condition is the denial of witches. Then, to use her contrapositive logic, the culprit must be human. But I didn't want to search for a culprit in the 18. That's what made me stick to a weak position, since I had to claim both that it couldn't be a witch and it couldn't be one of the 18. Last time I was unable to understand that, so that's where she hit me, leaving me tattered and defeated. But that's okay. Let her hit me. Let her attack. No problem. Someone said it once in an old sword fighting movie. A good portrait has one and only one intentionally weak point. Enemy would gather there. They'd be lured there. And that would be where the actual battle took place. As long as I understood my weak points, and as long as she wanted to attack those weak points, it was as if I were luring her into launching an attack there. Gouge the distance between us with care, retreating step by step. Make them move forward. The more she recklessly flourished that red, the more chances I would get to strike back. Don't be afraid of the red. Keep her cornered, so she'll have no choice but to refute me with red. No matter how oppressively she speaks in red, that's right, the red itself is the same as fresh blood leaking from her wounds. They're fucking crazy. I love them. What's wrong?
First of all, why don't you tell me how many people are on this island total? If you don't, your raven can't cut me up. How surprising you can be this desperate and yet this difficult. One cannot make light of something putting their life on the line, no matter what the era. Battler would be good at fighting games, I think. That's so true. It's no surprise you're Kinzo's grandchild. The more cornered you are, the bolder you become. Wannabe cleared his throat. It appears to be a stalemate. That black tea I worked so hard to make is getting cold, m'lady. Wannabe, who was supposed to be her ally, roguishly rushed her into making her next move. Bito probably thought she'd manage to smile back and appear confident, but she couldn't hide the sweat building up on her forehead. By now, she'd completely lost the confident feeling that had allowed her to turn her nose up at her worthless opponent. Of course, she probably wouldn't be cornered by something like this. She's probably just being cautious. Until now, I've been inexperienced. I didn't know how to fight, and I wasn't strong enough to be her opponent. However, now that we've reached the third game, she's realized I'm starting to become more skilled. She's grown more cautious, thinking every move more carefully. Sure, that's fine, Beatrice. Sorry to keep you waiting. Are you happy now? Now it's starting to get interesting, huh? Battler. This isn't getting us anywhere. Then, should we get at the heart of the matter and go with the usual? Huh. The usual, you say? Then by all means. If I didn't hear you say that, I guess I won't feel like starting. The first move was mine. Here I go, Bito. Go, Bito, repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. If I hear you say this in red, I'll have no choice but to suspect one of the 18. I won't be able to say the 19th person did it, so doors will be closed to me. However, I believe this culprit definitely isn't one of the 18. There's no way any of those 18 would commit the brutal murders. I'll say it again. Repeat it. On this island, there are only 18 people. I refuse. I won't say why. Alexa, play Dread of the Grave! Phew, I've avoided what would have been the worst red for me. If she'd repeated that, I'd be faced with those two worst choices of accepting the witch or suspecting one of the 18, like last time, all over again. But Bito hadn't proclaimed my ultimate and greatest weakness in red. She refused to repeat it even though there was no reason for her not to strike, even though that was a weakness she would have been drooling at. She hadn't sliced me up by using red using that move, which should have been as good as forking a rook and the king. This is a big sign of my advantage. That's right. The culprit isn't one of the 18. I won't suspect anyone. And since the culprit isn't a witch either, it means a 19th person exists on this island. And that's you. A person whose grandfather's mistress of 30 years has been secretly living in a hidden mansion in the forest for a long time. The human Beatrice. That's right. You aren't a witch or anything like it. You're just a human who's been living on this island and hiding for several decades. Did you just call me an endless witch who's lived for over 1,000 years, a human? For a while, Beatrice continued to laugh unpleasantly and gloatingly, maybe spitefully. Are you ready? I'll keep going. Again, repeat it. There are 19 people or more on this island. Beatrice fell silent once again. She'd probably remain extremely cautious, as long as confirming the number of humans on this island might give her some slight advantage, depending on the situation. The red has also already become a foothold for my counterattacks. Now that we know this, it makes every red very risky for the witch. But she couldn't repeat this. Her Hempel's Raven wouldn't be effective. To break my devil's proof, she would need to settle the existence and number of people to outside in red. That's right. She couldn't break the existence of a 19th person unless she used red. I've closed Bito in. I have no choice to speak in red. There really is no way this really is a way to fight in the witch's game. It's okay to refuse. If you can't say it in red, that means there's a total of 18 plus X people on this island. That X is a pretty massive piece to lose on your first move, right? After all, from now on, all the tricks that were impossible for the 18 can be explained with the human X who isn't in that group. This huge piece can break open all the rooms you said were closed because everyone had an alibi. It was just like how a chess bishop can cut a thin line with their enemy forces so long as there's a slight gap. It can only be effectively used on squares of the same color, but it was very good at controlling territory on the board. Ugh. It looked like Bito already noticed her current plight. She couldn't let an important piece go, especially this close to the beginning of the game. If she pulled out her red treasured sword, it wouldn't be that difficult to save her from this. But Bito was completely aware that I was expecting it. She's afraid that a careless red might turn up strangling her own neck. Because in the first place, a witch is something that ought to be a knight in red. Believe. Don't doubt. Witches don't exist. Something like that couldn't exist in this world. There can only exist in the valleys between truths. They have a fragile existence curled up in the cracks, frantically trying to protect themselves from the brutal winds of truth, and they can only barely exist like a mirage by surviving on falsehoods and illusions. In other words, the red, which only witches can use, is the reality that might easily deny their very being. The more they brandish the red words, the more they begin to lose by bit that crack in truth inside which they can endure. That's why they don't want to use red words and carelessly lose the crack in truth, which is based in fuzzy information, or illusions, in other words. That's because they understand that they're gradually being cornered. Of course, the bastard will never admit it. Because if she did, it'd be the same as admitting that she's something that can't exist in this world, like an imaginary number. Yeah, it's really odd. I'm waiting for her to turn things around a little bit. I think that something's about to happen. Don't be afraid. Stay strong. I know that she's the one who's really been pierced to the bone. After her red treasured sword can't be used without a lot of preparation. What's wrong? I'll say it again. Repeat it. There are 19 or more people on this island. I refuse. At the end of Bito's worrying, she took a single deep breath and quietly announced her refusal. I thought she'd use it, but Bito refused to speak in red, even though it cost her the victory in the opening part of the game. I feel like this is a very losing the battle but winning the war type of situation for Bito, personally. You refused, which means that from now on, I can create as many fictional X's outside the 18 as I want. Do as you wish. I refuse to repeat what you have told me. Isn't that enough for now? The reason for my refusal is... No, I won't tell you yet. Anyways, you'll know soon enough. Still acting tough, I see. Choosing not to use the red is another way of using it. You called it my red treasured sword. A pleasant metaphor. I'll use it too. A treasured sword is at its best when it's sheathed. In fact, there are times when it is still even more feared because it is sheathed. That's right. As I fight, I always have to keep in mind whether you might spin everything around with those red words. It's some pretty serious pressure. And there's also times when you make things pretty tough by refusing to repeat after me. Those times I can't tell if you can't repeat because my guess was right, or if you're just misleading me and let me flounder about it. If you think that way, yeah. It's a sheathed treasured sword. So what? If I'm gonna push you off a cliff anyway, best to let you climb a bit higher first. We still have barely begun. Much is left to come. I'll resign from this challenge. Go and get drunk on your faint victory for now, but only for now.
Interesting. It's so interesting. Interesting. Okay, I am going to BRB for like 2 seconds. I'm gonna go my solution screen and I'm gonna run and refill my water really quick. And run to the restroom. So I will be right back. Also ads are about to go, so that's another reason I'm taking my little break. So we will be back after a short ad commercial break. him, him. Him, him, him. I forgot to change the, I forgot to change the stream category again. Oopsies. Oopsies. Hello. We're so back. I'm probably gonna read for another like 30 or so minutes. At least until I think probably until my cough drop is I am on my last cough drop right now. So after that, I think I will probably wrap up. Just because, I will die. I made more tea during the break really quickly, so. Okay. Let's get back into it. Let's hop right back in. We gotta make the most of our time. Practically speaking, the early part of the game ended with her being a sore loser. Even so, I couldn't relax my guard at all. That tension didn't fade one bit, until I was greeted with the sound of Ronave's applause. Spectacular, battler. Perhaps you started this game with an advantageous development. Who knows? I still don't know whether I've taken a piece by my move, or whether she's guided me into taking it. After all, knowing you, you probably know that I'm being led into a trap and that clapping is just you mocking me openly, right? How could you think that? I'm innocently celebrating your ability, which has enabled you to take a shot at Milady, even though it's only the first round. In any event, Milady is a person who is quick to become arrogant. I believe a little encouragement such as this can be a good medicine every once in a while. This butler of yours sure has a vicious tongue. He does, doesn't he? Sometimes he ticks me off as well. My, how incredibly rude of me. Well then, Milady, Battler, how would you like some more black tea? The game has still barely begun. Please allow me to prepare all the tea and snacks needed to adorn the game. I only ask that you continue your game without any reservations. I will. Let's move forward. Now is when it really starts. Very well. Let's advance the clock. Ronave, black tea, please. Certainly. How about a cookie? I don't need one. Give it to Beelzebub to keep her happy. Remain silent for now. While listening to the sound of the demon butler pouring tea, the witch closed her eyes slightly and fell silent. For some time she was deeply lost in thought, but eventually a roguish glint came into her eyes. Very well. Why don't I inform you now as to why I refused to speak in red during that first move? Huh? Bring it on. Show me what you've got. Yeah, that piece was really big enough that I'd hate to lose it. It may be hasty, but allow me to make my move. I won't use the red, but from here on, Rosa will explain on my behalf. Listen. Rosa? Oh! Sorry, I forgot to unpause it. Of course, I think the same way. Rosa does too, right? Rosa? Sorry. Me too. I think that too. What's wrong? You've been really quiet for a while now. You feeling sick? From the beginning, Rosa had never been one to cut in on the siblings' fights, but even so, she seemed unmotivated and said almost nothing during this night's conference. The whole time she'd hung her head and appeared to be thinking of something else. You've been in a daze for a while now. Do you think you can protect the inheritance like that? You're also the mother of your child, so get a stronger hold on yourself. I'm sorry. Did you wake up really early in the morning? If you feel sick, you should overdo it. Beds in our guest rooms have been prepared. How about taking a rest? I'll guide you. No, I'm fine. Thank you. What is it? Is there something you're worrying about? No, not really. Is that so? Feels like your mind has been elsewhere the whole time. I wonder if that has anything to do with what we've been talking about. At those words, everyone stared at Rosa together. As if in response, Rosa's shoulders quivered. Apparently, Curious Guess hadn't been wrong. Rosa couldn't deny it either.
No, She swallowed whatever she had been trying to say and went silent again. Of course, the other siblings had begun to realize that something about her appearance was different from usual. What is it? You've been weird for a while. Did you think of something? We all just swore to remain united, didn't we? Don't hold back worrying about yourself. Other than Ava, the only adults Natsuki seems to be friendly with are the women. Hashtag noticing. That's true. I mean, with the Oshiramiya men being the way they are, I wouldn't fucking blame her. Rosa, tell us. The men pressed her one after the other, and Rosa confessed resignedly and nervously. The atmosphere made it seem as though she was confessing to some modest prank, which had inadvertently brought about a serious situation. No, this mistress of grandfather's, this Beatrice? I was wondering if she's still alive. Huh? Isn't it obvious she's alive? After all, she was able to send that letter to us. Whether she's in good health or not is a different story, though. The woman in that portrait must be getting up there in age by now. I'd say she's healthy. People who are crafty when it comes to money stay healthy no matter how old they get. Her evil plan might even be the best rejuvenating agent. She shouldn't be alive. Huh? What did you just say? Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did you say? What do you mean, Rosa? But it wasn't really me who killed her. Though I did bring her to a place like that. No, I did kill her after all. I tried to make myself believe it was a dream, but it wasn't really a dream, was it? Which makes this a letter from Beatrice's ghost. Oh god, they're pulling the ghost card? That's her big move? That does... It's not proving the existence of a witch, but proving the existence of a ghost is just as far-fetched. It was so sudden that everyone was lost for words. Rosa kept on talking, unable to stop and holding her head as her hair flew all about. Calm yourself. Rosa! I have absolutely no clue what's going on. Already dead? The way my jaw dropped when Rosa said I killed Beatrice, I'm like, what? Like, huh? Like, they kind of touched on this in the first loop. In like the first game, they kind of touched on this. The fact that Beatrice had most likely, like, passed away. Hold on, are you dead? What do you mean? I think it means two things. First, it's a literal meaning. And second, it backs up our earlier guess. Which means Rosa has met with Beatrice, right? I never heard Rosa mention anything like this. Rosa, when was it? When could you possibly have met Beatrice? Long ago. Long ago. We just moved over to the island and I was still young. It wasn't my fault. It's not like I killed her. Calm down. Nobody's blaming you for anything, right? First, drink some water. Okay? Natsu, the pitcher? Yeah. Here you go, Rosa. Please calm yourself. Interesting. Hi, Vito! Welcome aboard! Welcome to Cat Express! Welcome in, welcome in! Hi! Hi, welcome in. Until Rosa was able to calm her ragged breathing, no one was able to speak a word. Whew! Welcome to Rokkenjima. I'm enjoying my time. I'm enjoying my time on Rokkenjima right now. Beatrice's wild ride. Yeah, Beatrice. Wow! Welcome in, welcome in. Oh my god, the Golden Witch in my chat. That's huge. Uh-oh. Oh no. Beatrice, I have been calling to you for some time now. Did you not hear me? Were you? My apologies. I was lost in thought. Forgive me. The weather's pleasant, as I can understand how the weather is still in your heart. Will you have your black tea here? Who am I? I'll bring some tea now. Wait here for a while. Forget about the tea. Talk with me.
Because Rhoda killed Beatrice in a way that wasn't literal. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what does she mean by that?
Very well.
Kinzo had used the excuse of getting black tea to try and interrupt the conversation for the time being, but his attempt had been very transparent. He sat in the garden chair and beckoned Kinzo to do the same. Kinzo sat down heavily, exaggerating his age. For a while, we sat and appreciated the silence.
Who am I? Until today, no one's answered this question. For some reason, everyone averts their gaze and evades me. I've known you for a long time. I think of you as my best friend, even as a father. That's why I want so much for you to tell me. You should know who I am. Why are you worried about something like that? You're Beatrice, the master of this mansion, is that not so? What more could you want to know? I do not know. Interesting. What's this? Don't you even understand what it is you want to know? How mysterious. In one's youth, there are times that one wants to play in a maze of thought that has no exit. Perhaps that's what your worries are. Kinzo laughed as though it was a trivial matter. However, I couldn't help but feel that this behavior was another attempt to force me to stop any further questioning. So you won't tell me after all? There's nothing to tell. You're Beatrice. Isn't that more than enough? No, that's not it. What I wish to know is not my name. I want to know who I am. Who am I? What am I? How long have I been here, and how long will I continue my days here? I really should bring some black tea. Don't you think of it a waste of all this fine leather? Interesting. What's all this about? Looks like it's probably a story of your past, right? Something like that. To think I'd go this far back. Looks like you'd had some pretty deep worries even then, wondering who you were. That's to be expected. At the time I was unable to understand who I was, or why I was alive. Well, in puberty, everyone's captured by those philosophical worries at least once, wondering what meaning there is in their life. Doesn't this just prove that you had a charming period like that at one point? I'd been in that mansion since the time of my birth, and I lived only inside the mansion. Of course, I went out into the garden, but the area around the mansion was surrounded by a very tall fence. I was unable to leave through it, and I was told severely that I mustn't leave.
Yeah, why was Kinzo there?
I could walk freely throughout the mansion and the garden, but outside of that, not once was my desire to take just once outside of my own accord granted. What do you mean by that? Are you trying to say that as far back as you remember, you were always a bird in the cage? That's what I thought at the time. After all, as soon as I became aware, I was living like that. I didn't even think to question it. Who in the world are you? That's it. That's what I also hope to know. I'm sure you'll say something like I wasn't a human, I was a witch, right? No, that's not true. That isn't true yet. Or should I say that was once the case. I was constructed by Kinzo, a human built by a human. No, perhaps I should call it a cage made of flesh. What the hell? This is getting weird. You probably won't believe it anyway. But listen first. I was a mighty witch who had lived for 1,000 years, but at one point I was summoned by Kinzo, and by that hidden art I was bound as his prisoner for eternity. Never heard that before. From what we hear in the Ushirime family, you were summoned by grandfather, made something like a devil's contract with him, and he gave him the gold. Indeed, that's correct. Then I was supposed to vanish till the contract was complete. But well, popular women have it rife. By some turn of events, Kinzo fell in love with me. Grandfather's nearsightedness must have gotten pretty bad. With astigmatism, too.
Don't say that about her. She's so beautiful.
Fall in love with you of all things.
Yeah, she's oddly vulnerable right now. It's a bit suspicious.
Well, to me, there could be nothing more bothersome. However, the power of humans is a frightening thing. He displayed that fearsome power and rooted me to this place. He said I wouldn't be freed until I nodded my head in agreement. Such an overbearing man. Isn't that awesome? Everyone knew grandfather was obsessed with the occult, but who would have guessed he had the power to root down the great witch Beatrice? Ridiculous. You'd believe such a weird story. As I thought, you don't believe. All I believe is the fact that you lived in this hidden mansion in the middle of the forest. You're the 19th person on Rakanjima. Indeed. Just as you imagine, this is deep within the forest of Rakanjima. A hidden mansion not to be found from the outside world. Its name is Kuadorian. Come to think of it, I heard the guest house's real name was Torarian. I see, the naming sense is similar. He's fumbling it! No! He's so good at fumbling, honestly. So, you were grandfather's mistress who lived there in secret, isn't that right? Mistress isn't the right way to say it. You'd probably call it Quinzo's unrequited love. I spoke of it just now, correct? He fell in love with me of his own accord. He then courted me, but I rejected him. Then I was shut up in this hidden mansion. No, that's not quite right. It'd be more correct to say that I was shut up in this body. I've got no idea what you said at the end there. You'll just make up fun of it and refuse to listen, right? After all, you say you don't believe in witches or magic. If you have no ears to hear what I tell you, saying it would be the pinnacle of foolishness. I'll decide whether I believe or not. After all, if I don't ask, the story won't continue. Tell me. Let's hear the story from your past. Very well. I refused Kinzo when he courted me, but he was not a man to lose heart at something like that. He wanted to make me nod my head in agreement, no matter what. He shut me up in this mansion and spent an eternity trying to win my heart. Talk about overbearing. I guess no one likes obstinate men, huh? Regardless of whether I responded to his courting or not, having a man so desperate for me, well, as a woman, it wasn't unpleasant. However, I never accepted his proposal. I tried to find some way to break through his guard, but that barrier was firm and I couldn't crack it. And then, after trying to resist in various ways, I eventually reached the conclusion that to escape from Kinzo's barrier, I would have to throw away this body of flesh. The physical body is a vessel with many restrictions for a magic user. Sounds kind of trans to me. That's crazy! Throw away your body of flesh? What does that mean? Something like an out-of-body experience? Well, if you want to think of it that way. However, I am no spirit. Even though I'm a witch in the beginning, I was born with a human's body of flesh. So for me, throwing away that physical body, while it didn't mean the same thing as death, did require a similar level of resolve. So in other words, you decided you couldn't be released except by suicide, is it? It wasn't suicide. It was nothing more than throwing away my body of flesh. Of course, becoming nothing more than a soul is a precarious situation. When the soul leaves its body of flesh, it's constantly exposed to the strong winds of the sun. It was not easy for me to maintain myself and avoid being scattered by them. It's a final measure that I wanted to avoid if I could. However, there's no other way to break through Kinzo's barrier. Anyways, I'm an unfettered person. I couldn't stand being kept in a cage until Kinzo's life was over. I couldn't see the stuff that Bito kept going on and on about throwing her body of flesh, as if anything other than suicide, but grandfather consistently courted her, and to escape from that, she chose her own death. So you're saying you committed suicide. What are you talking about? It was not you sitting carefree in the garden chair. That's right. That's the new cage I was given by Kinzo. Cage? You mean this mansion? No. I mean my body, relaxing in the garden chair over there. Even I was so desperate to escape that I became naught but a soul, Kinzo still had no intention of letting me go. Oh, he's a fearsome person. Normally when the object of one's uncrewed love is to die, that'd be enough to bring that person to their senses, even if that love has lasted 100 years. Yeah, we have Bito. Maybe that's why I even managed to become a sorcerer of sorts. Gonna try to confuse me with that incomprehensible witch girl talk. What are you trying to say? That Kinzo didn't let me escape even after I became a soul. Human emotions are terrifying. To think he would be able to exhibit so much power. Tying down a dead soul is not something that can be accomplished easily, not even for a magician who specializes in such matters. Because I knew this, Kinzo's fearful magical power shocked me the first time. Then Kinzo seized my soul and brought me back. However, a cage to hold a sea soul cannot be made from iron or lead. Only one thing remained. What? You're gonna say it was a magical cage or something, were you? Wrong. It's that body of flesh over there, just like yours or mine. Only a cage made of flesh and blood can tie a soul down to this world. Kinzo shut my soul up into a cage of flesh built to be exactly like me. So to sum it up, it's like this. Grandfather obstinately courted you, you started to hate it, you committed suicide, but you weren't clever enough to finish the job? Tam nearly took a roundabout way to say something like that. No, that's wrong. My soul was shut up in the seed of a homunculus. I was born out of a test tube. That's crazy. That's impossible, right? Kinzo accomplished even in the miracle of creating life, and simply he shut up my soul in that cage. That he would show such magical power simply because of his own love. Thoroughly terrifying person. That's gotten ridiculous. Say whatever you want. I don't believe anything. Just do what you like. What's with this unpleasant attitude? In the beginning I showed a little interest, thinking there might be some huge hint hidden here, but the more I asked, the weirder the story starts to get. I get the feeling that even though this is supposed to be a game about denying witches, I'm suddenly forced to swallow this whole story about witches. Sorry, but I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Just keep rambling to yourself as much as you want. I'll be over here picking up my earwax or something. You're fumbling, King! He's fumbling it. No! She looked so... That sprite's so sad. No! He's fumbling it. No! World's most incompetent man! No! When I started acting cold, Beato seemed unusually discouraged. Of course, her expression was still shameless, but in that really easy to understand expression of hers. I had the feeling I was able to catch a glimpse of loneliness at my failure to find the story of her past interesting. For some reason, that subtle reaction made her seem pitiful, so even though I kept my careless attitude, I started to cover for her slightly. Damn it, even though she's an irritating witch, I'm still weak against her. Because her chromosomes are XX. I'm sure that's not actually... Well, I've got no desire to believe you, but keep going. Let's have a bit of a story instead of a tea snack. To treat you the story of my past like little more than a snack. He don't got internet, that's true. They only had dial-up back then, or something. It was the 80s, they had internet existed, but very small. Do you expect me to just casually tell you when you insult me like that? After I made fun of her, Beta reacted a little sensitively. It looked like even though making fun of people was her specialty, she was horrible at being made fun of by others. Just then my back teacup suddenly made a sound, surprising me. Milady's soul was seized and breathed into a cage of new life. In other words, Milady received life as a human once more. Before I realized it, the demon butler had taken my cup and was adding more black tea to it. Ranave, enough of that. This person just said it was too ridiculous to be worth listening to. Well, he's too ridiculous to be worth talking to. I'm baking some new cookies right now. Until they're ready, I thought you might find the story of Milady's past to be a perfect substitute for a snack. Didn't I say that's enough talking about me? Such unpleasant people, the lot of you. I'm leaving. Why don't I serve our food and then go? No pointless chit-chat with Battler. Certainly, I'll make an effort. Beato's short temper peculiar to women, which I didn't really understand, took hold of her, and she turned her body into gold butterflies, scattered and disappeared. After that, only Ranave and the scent of black tea were left. I feel kind of bad, like I pissed her off or something. As long as you're aware of it yourself, I need say nothing more. Wait a sec. Weren't you the one who struck the finishing blow? Why, what could you mean by that? How would you like some sugar and milk? Just milk would be fine. And some tea snacks would be nice too. Well, it'll be a little longer before the cookies are ready. Didn't you say we've already got something to use in place of a snack? Certainly. If you listen quietly, I'll continue the story. Interesting. She said something about a homunculus. I don't care that about you opening up to me, actually. Also, Valor, I wonder why women get so upset. He's so stupid. I do love that in him, but also, he's so stupid. I'm gonna rip him to shreds. She said something about a homunculus. I know a bit about that. It's that thing, right? A manufactured human created with alchemy or something. Yes. Milady's soul was shut up in a homunculus, wherein she was revived to this world, receiving life again as a baby. However, because she was a baby, any professions of love on Kinzo's part would have been quite useless. You're saying grandfather shut that baby up in this hidden mansion until it grew to reach the same age as she'd been. Correct. That's what I'm saying. However, while her soul was the same, the human spirit is strongly influenced by its container. Milady lost all her memories of the past and grew up a very normal human girl. Are you saying that's the Beto sitting in the garden chair? Yes, that's correct. It grew to be completely identical. However, it didn't possess her power as a witch. The lady was completely human. Beto, who was sitting in the garden chair looking up the sky, voiced that same question again. She asked who she was, the meaning of those words finally starting to click. She couldn't understand why she was living here, all locked up. Grandfather had seized Beatrice's soul, shut it up in a body of flesh, and then shut that up in a hidden mansion. However, since she'd lived here since the time of her birth, she couldn't even understand who she was, and why she lived shut up in there. Yeah, I'm starting to get theorizing. I'm starting to think. Wait. Who would take such a stupid story seriously? Did I not change my interpretation? In other words, couldn't it be something like this? Grandfather met Beatrice. He then fell in love with her and courted her, but she didn't accept him. So he flew into a rage and shut her up inside this hidden mansion. Beatrice tried to escape, but no matter what she did, she couldn't succeed. So she finally chose her own death. And then, no. Maybe there was a girl who looked just like Beatrice. No, a baby. Grandfather raised this child with care. But maybe he didn't view this child as his daughter. The soul was once again shut up in a cage of flesh. The words probably meant that he didn't view this kid as her child, but as her reincarnation. Maybe that's what it meant. Even if you interpret it that way, even a story this weird might make a little sense. No. This might be some bullshit Beto cooked up to confuse me. As if I could accept any of this. In the first place, Kuadorian, is it? There's no proof whatsoever that a hidden mansion actually existed. Couldn't this be something that she just fabricated? A hidden mansion, it's called Kuadorian, does exist in the forest of Rakanjima. That's the place we were just talking about. Huh? He's not the only one that can use red text. Red? Ronave used the red to say that Kuadorian actually existed. Does that mean the same thing that Beato used? I may not look at it, but I am a demon. Please keep this a secret from Our Lady, yes? Sure. Beato, who knew I'd try to trip her up, had grown extremely cautious when using red. To think that Ronave could also use red. However, it was the red of a crafty man. I didn't know how far I could accept it. But anyway, I might be able to get some hint out of it. That Beato relaxing in the garden of Kuadorian and that conversation she had with grandfather were the truth? Yes, it is the truth. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. You know, Battler, Ronaveg, and... Oh god, it's coming! Wolfred! Hi, Lyra! Hi! Hello, welcome in. Hi, Raiders, welcome in. Hello. Hi. Let me... But hello, welcome in, Raiders. Let's do a quick break. Number 830 at 8:30 we go. We're so back. But I'll make myself larger for this. Hello, welcome in, Raiders. I am CR, your local ghost train conductor over on the Gehenna Express, your #1 afterlife travel service. It's so good to have you guys in. Thank you so much, Lyra, for the raid. What were you playing today? Were you playing? Oh, well, I saw you were playing. You're playing Pokemon Coliseum, right? We go. But welcome in, you guys. It's so good to have you. We are playing Umineko today. We are doing a little bit of light reading, and by that I mean quite heavy reading. It's quite heavy reading, but who knows? Maybe it'll be light reading. Oh, Jamil Yomtown, welcome aboard, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you for joining us as an inspector. Welcome to you for joining. I hope you enjoy your stay here on the Ken Express. Yeah, Pokemon Coliseum, you're in love with it? I love Pokemon Coliseum. It's like one of my favorites. I really need to replay it. I really should replay it, but I just don't have the patience to replay games right now. But it's so good to have you in. Lyra, if you do need to get some rest, if you need to take a break, need to get something to drink, I fully understand. Please take care of yourself as well. If you need to take a shower, get ready for bed, that sort of thing, if you were getting ready. But thank you guys. The witch welcomes this guest party to the island of Rakanjima. Please enjoy some tea while this game of wits, both mystery and fantasy, unfolds. Yes, so true, Zeros. But yes, we're reading Umineko Naku Koro ni. It is a mystery novel that is awesome. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And also I'm obsessed with it. If you didn't know, this game has made me evil. But thank you once again, Lyra, for the raid. Oh, mystery, evil, gay. That's true. That's true, you're right. Sorry. There's beautiful women. How far are you in Umineko, by the way? In case I play so I can catch up. We are on chapter 3 currently. 3 out of 8 right now. So we're about almost halfway-ish. I'm sure that Answer arc is probably longer though. But if you're willing to join, I do have all of the VODs uploaded for Umineko, other than today's, but I will hopefully update that within the next week. I'll probably upload it, I'll download it tonight and then, for this stream, obviously, but, all of the VODs are available. If you want to read up until that point, you're free to, or if you want to listen to my playthrough up until that point, the game does allow you to skip chapters if you've already read them. It allows you to unlock them if you want. But, so if you're interested in doing that, it might be a quicker way to catch up, because, how many hours do I have in this game? 38. We have 38 hours in this game and I'm on chapter 3. So, well, let me system. Oh. Hi. Interesting. Yeah, the game has lots of gender in it. Gender and hot older women. That's basically this game. In the past, the pair actually had a conversation like that in this place. Thanks a lot. I'll ask for some more red. You said she was born from a homunculus, but does that kind of unscientific magical thing actually exist? I'm unable to answer that question. After all, doing that would cause a stalemate. A stalemate? What does that mean? It's a chess term returning to a state in which, similar to a perpetual check, any further progress in the game becomes impossible. This would be the opposite of the endless repetition of moves. You gotta go for food, but enjoy your gay depression? Of course. I enjoy it every single week. This is like the highlight of my week, honestly. I love a good murder mystery. Because all the moves would disappear and it would bring about a kind of deadlock. In chess, this would lead to a draw, just as a perpetual check would. However, there can be no draws in the game between you and Milady. Therefore, I'm unable to answer a question that would bring about a stalemate. You obviously want to confuse me by saying incomprehensible stuff, but simply put, you're trying to dodge the question since you can't use the red to say something magical like homunculus exists. Or said in red that a witch exists, what would you do? Well, there, I believe that is what our whole fight's about, right? If I was told the point blank, it'd be game over. If I said a witch exists in red, you'd have no room for argument. However, since the reason would have never been made clear to you, Battler, then you probably wouldn't accept it. Into the mood, they're rubbing off on each other. Yeah, they're just so, you know. In this situation, even though you wouldn't be able to admit defeat, you'd have no way to make a counter-argument and become a deadlock. Even though checkmate would not have been reached, there would be no existing moves. Since you wouldn't be able to play your next hand, it would never become Milady's turn, and the game would stop there for all eternity. As a result, Milady would be unable to force you to submit. That would be a deadlock situation. In order to avoid that, I'm unable to unanswer the questions of this nature in red. So to say it quickly, you're saying point blank that questions are prohibited. Well, that's true, I guess. If I was told a witch exists, I'd have to give up from the start. Pleased that you understand. I believe we might be able to work together if you ask your questions in a different form. Can you help me with that line Beatrice dodged when I asked her to repeat it? About the number of people on this island. Milady held back on repeating it, then of course I cannot respond. As Milady's furniture, I'm unable to be too forward. Koronove made an exaggerated gesture, trying to act like a loyal retainer. This guy's so shameless. Just when I thought you might actually be useful. I'll give up on that and search for a different question. That's right. I was forgetting to check something important. This is a story about Beato's memories, right? When did it happen? It couldn't be happening right now, right? Correct. This is the world of 1967. The world of 19 years previous. Let's try rearranging this story again. I wonder if it couldn't be something like this. Grandfather fell in unrequited love with a person named Beatrice. Then he confined her in this hidden mansion and continued to court her, but she was stubborn and didn't give in. Eventually, she grew pessimistic about being able to escape from here, probably committed suicide. And then, her soul was put in a homunculus, and no, if I accept that, it's the same as accepting the witch. I can interpret that part like this. She probably had a posthumous daughter. Grandfather must have believed her soul had been placed in the new physical body. Might have thought that the child was a reincarnation of Beatrice. That means at least 19 years ago, Beato existed on this island as the 19th person. Interesting. I'm starting to get confused. Either way, we can't do more than speculate. One thing we can say for sure in red is that in 1967, the hidden mansion on Rakanjima, Beatrice existed as a human. That's all. That's correct. In 1967, a hidden mansion on Rakanjima, Beatrice existed as a human. Oh, thank you. That really helps. Congratulations. With this, you have made clear the existence of the piece known as the 19th person. The 19th human for you to blame, just as you'd longed for. A sacrificial sheep, and one which you should shift the blame of any crime. How amusing that it happens to be Milady. Ronove laughed discreetly. I didn't like how he put that, so I didn't feel like laughing alongside with him. That's right. There's that thing Aunt Rosa said. Beatrice is dead. I killed her. What did that mean? As for that, it may be faster to see the actual circumstances rather than listen to me tell you. Let us advance the clock a little more. Ronove pulled a stylish pocket watch from his pocket and touched the watch stem. As soon as he did, I saw gold butterflies gather behind his back and take the form of a person. Was it Beato? I quickly realized it was someone else. Oh. Hello. It was her, the old sister of the 7 stakes, who loved tormenting more than her 3 meals a day. I don't consider myself lucky to see that in 6 years I won't be able to keep up with their torture game. I hate them. I hate Battler. So you're still here. This is an urgent call from Beatrice. My, what kind of urgent business could it be? It seems my chat with Battler has run a tad long. Well then, Battler, if you'll excuse me, please continue to enjoy your game with Milady. Yeah, I'll enjoy it as best I can. It's my main in the fighting game. Oh god. I'll enjoy it as best I can, because my conversations go a lot more smoothly when they're with you, opposed to her. You're not more gracious with the red, too. We'll talk again anytime you like. Battler. Despite how I look, I am Milady's furniture. I can't do nothing that Milady doesn't desire. What I said in red was something that normally would have come from Milady's mouth. I did nothing more than announce the red truth in Milady's place as she sulked. So she really was sulking then. Seeing me and Ronafake uncompromised hitting it off, that steak, Ni-chan tossed her head curiously. Ronafe, we're keeping Beatrice waiting. Let's hurry. Yeah, I shall go immediately. Well, Battler, I'll see you later. It appears we finally started getting along. As I thought. I have the feeling we'll manage to become good friends. He's kind of, like, hot. Yeah. The little fang Lucifer has is everything. I know. All the 7 Steak sisters are kind of like peak designs. Sure, if you mean partners at gossiping behind Bito's back. Ronabe-sama. Yes, yes, if you'll excuse me. Maybe she didn't like seeing him act so friendly with me. Or maybe she really had been told to hurry. When the steak let out a thunderous cry, Ronabe left furiously and disappeared as if running away. Oh dear, here we go. Why am I, the oldest sister of the 7 Steaks, being summoned for menial tasks like this? Even though Bito could have told one of the younger sisters who look like they've got nothing better to do. Why so grumpy? If you're hungry, eat a cookie or something. Why didn't I give you the last one? How thoughtful. Then I shall take one. I casually put the last remaining cookie over to her. Thank you. Ah, is she gonna rip him to shreds? As though coming as a period at the end of the sentence, the sharp sound pierced the table. The nails on 3 of her fingers extended, grew sharp, and pierced the space between my fingers on the hand that was pushing the plate, missing them by a hair's breadth. It had happened in an instant. For a while, I didn't even realize her fingernails had grown. The tips of those sharp nails were like blades with a red manicure. The spaces between my bases of my fingers hurt sharply. Those razor-like blades had plunged into the table a hair breadth away from the back of my hand and my fingers. Because of those 3 blades, I was even to let my careless right hand tremble. By now, all I could do was let a bead of cold sweat drip down. Whew! Isn't that about time you cut your nails? It's Lucifer. That's my glorious name. The honored furniture who serves Beatrice and the oldest sister of the 7 Steaks. I'm not like my disgraceful younger sisters. If you don't show proper respect, you will regret it. And why would I regret it exactly? Can't really think of a reason. Stupid kid. You really want to play with me that much? Was it that unforgettable? I'll thrust my steak deep into you and let you enjoy being gouged to the fullest, okay? Damn. Someday I'll have you down on the floor and say the same thing. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh really? I really can't wait. Jesus Christ, I forgot he's just uncontrollable around the 7 Steaks. Rosa eventually regained her calm. The men wanted to hurry her into talking faster, but Kiryu intervened. If something like that had really happened, then it wouldn't have been a terrible experience that Rosa wouldn't want to remember. After taking several deep breaths with her hand over her chest, it seemed like she had more or less resolved herself to talk. Battler gets turned to hamburger. Deserved. Yeah, he does deserve it. He's kind of useless. He might as well be turned into a delicious burger. How old was that, I wonder? Middle school, probably? Though I don't remember it well. Anyways, I think it was about that age. Maybe 20 years ago? Back then, my grades weren't very good, and my mother was always angry at me. I tried to do my best in my own way, but I couldn't match up to Mother's expectations. Mother was always very strict with Rosa. I sympathized with her at the time. You say that even though you were always talking behind her back. Yeah, that does line up with what we saw. Would you give it a rest, Ava? And then? Why did you meet Beatrice? Hideyoshi, you mustn't rush her now. It's okay, Rosa. Tell us at your own pace. Thank you. It was a day I'd been harshly scolded by Mother. Even though my tutor had promised to keep a secret, apparently they told Mother all about how I had complained. Mother scolded me brutally, saying my name was a disgrace to the Ushirime family. Of course, I was doing the best I could, but none had Krause's dignity. I couldn't get excellent grades like Ava, and I had no leadership abilities like Rudolph. I never stood out, and I didn't particularly excel at anything. I found myself asking why I'd even been born into the Ushirime family. I began to question more and more why I'd even been born at all. This is what happened on the day that I experienced my mind going blank for the first time. For the first time in my life, I realized that in addition to facing or surrendering my problems, I had the third choice of running away. And so I say run away. There was no way I could have left Rakanjima and gone somewhere else. But anyway, I wanted to run away from the mansion, my own self at the time. In a way, it was like a kid running away from home, or maybe a passive sort of suicide. I wanted to disappear, or maybe it was that childlike form of resistance where I tried to make my parents worry by disappearing.
Yeah, it's very all suspicious, as usual.
Escape from the Ushirimiya Faust. Maybe became lost. I'd make them worry and teach them a lesson. And then you went to the forest that you were told never to enter. Yes. After reaching the beach, I followed alongside the ocean. I didn't have any particular reason, but I felt that if I went around to the opposite side of the island, there might be a place that no one else knew about, and that might become a hidden house just for me. If you go around by the beach, that'd be impossible. It becomes a cliff part way, right? There's no way you could pass that way. Of course. So I kept going wherever I could, which kept taking me deeper and deeper inland. It's a horrible forest without any paths, but that was comforting to me then. If I could make it through such a dangerous forest, then I'd be that much further from the Ushirimiya family. How shameful. If you got scolded because of your grades, all you had to do was work harder. You mustn't say that. Doesn't Rosa have her talent as a designer instead? Literally speaking, he was covering from Rosa, but there were news that Rosa's company hadn't been profitable. Quit it. This is no time for sarcasm. So you managed to end up there by coincidence, at Beatrice's hidden mansion. Rosa nodded weakly. But how far did you walk? Could you show it us on a map? Nazi, do you have a map of the island? No, there isn't one here now. It wouldn't help. I was just walking randomly. Even if you gave me a map, I wouldn't know. And 20 years have passed since then. I probably couldn't reach it again, even if I went into the forest. Several people let out dejected sighs. It was vividly clear, but in their haste, they'd thought some hint related to the witch's epitaph. Or maybe the gold itself might have been resting there. On Rakajima, only the land around the mansion is ready to be developed on. The rest is completely uncultivated and probably take a lot of work to survey the entire island. Just knowing that it actually exists is helpful. It takes some money, but if you'd listed an aerial photography company to investigate, or asked the businessman who constructed this mansion about what happened at the time, we'd probably find some way to search for it. That's right. At least we have more options now, as opposed when we weren't sure it existed. Indeed. It may be worth investigating right away. The siblings will do that investigation together. We won't leave you on your own. It wasn't yet certain the gold was hidden in that secret mansion, but the sparks seemed to have started flying between Kraus and Ava already. Give it a rest for now. Rosa, please continue. Yeah.
Can you all stop being horrible for 2 seconds? Let Rosa talk. let her explain.
Blindly, randomly, I kept running, on and on. Suddenly, I came across something I thought was an animal trail. I was very tired and no idea how far I'd walked, so at the time, I naturally took the easiest path. As I did, suddenly, right before my eyes, a very, very tall fence appeared. It was a fence wonderfully adorned in the Gothic style. For an instant, I thought I'd gotten turned around and returned to the original mansion. Of course, there are fences around the mansion to stop us from entering the forest, but this fence was decorated differently, and moreover, it was very tall. Probably reached a full 2 stories up. It was covered with ivy and created a mysterious, solemn atmosphere. At the time, I believed in the legend of the witch of the forest, Beatrice. I've been told she was frightening, but some of the servants told me she sometimes helped you if you respected her. Since I had little confidence in those days, I believed the only way I could be saved by receiving her help.
Shit, she found the forest temple level. Oh shit.
That's why I thought what I did. I believe this was the fence of the mansion belonging to Beatrice, the witch of the forest. I thought that if I could meet up with Beatrice, she'd definitely save me. So I decided to try going in, but the fence was very tall and it didn't look like I'd be able to go over it. So I chose to walk around it. I thought if I did, I'd eventually reach a gate, but it wasn't that easy.
The fence had incredible length to match its incredible height, and no matter how far I went, I didn't reach a corner. It might have encircled a massive area. Or maybe I just had that impression because my child's legs made it difficult to walk in the forest. Anyway, I couldn't find a gate for a while, so I started to feel sad, as though the witch had rejected me. And that I did eventually come across a large tree whose twisted root had bent on the fence. I might get my clothes dirty, but if I crawled, it looked like I'd be able to sneak in. And there you found the hidden mansion. I didn't know if it was the hidden mansion we've been talking about. Still, at the very least, it wasn't a place that we know of. Ooh, okay. It wasn't as though I came out into a garden as soon as I passed the fence. I had to continue through a lot more uncultivated forest after that. As I did, the forest suddenly opened up. What appeared there was an unbelievably fantastical scene. To think that on Rokkenjima, where I thought only we lived, there could be such a wonderful mansion hidden away. A beautiful flower garden spanned the front of the mansion. It was a flower garden of a completely different design from the rose garden we knew so well, and it was very lovely. Of course, the mansion was also wonderful. It was a couple sizes smaller than ours, but it was still elegant and adorable at the same time. Then I saw her figure. I saw her sitting in a garden chair, positioned to give a view of the flower garden, wearing an elegant dress. It was that black dress embroidered in gold that we would later know from the portrait. I hadn't seen an elegant dress like that except in fairy tales and on the stage of musicals. But for a person to be wearing it as her normal clothes, that in itself seemed quite fantastical. That mysterious scene was enough to make me lose my sense of reality. If someone had told me that it was a dream, I might have nodded obediently and told me to wait to wake up in my bed. I had forgotten to hide myself in shock, so she eventually spotted me. At first, her expression was quite listless, but when she noticed me, her eyes opened very wide. It was only natural, considering that a guest she didn't know had suddenly appeared. I lowered my head automatically, planning to greet her and I'll apologize for entering without permission. Uh-oh. Who are you? The new gardener. Those were the first words she said to me. I grew slightly calmer, because I realized we could talk to each other. Because I hadn't been turned into a frog just by meeting her eyes, like a terrifying witch in a fairy tale. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have entered the garden without permission. Who are you? Name yourself? I'm in Ushirimiya Rosa. Ushirimiya. One of Kinzo's family. Huh? Yeah. I'm Kinzo's daughter. Good afternoon. I was a little surprised. After all, father was a great man, feared by everyone, and yet she'd spoken of him without using honorifics. So I was immediately terrified of her. After all, she could refer to my fearsome father, that way she must be a witch with incredible power. After staring at me curiously, she beckoned me to come over. Frightened as I was, I obeyed. After all, I thought she really might turn me into a frog. The closer I got, the more stronger that fear became. After all, as I keep saying over and over, that woman in her dress in the flower garden in the mansion. The whole picture was so fantastical and beautiful that it seemed separate from reality. It probably wouldn't have surprised me at all to learn that she really was a witch. I really was lucky. She hadn't turned me into a frog. As I awkwardly stood there, shocked still, she motioned me to sit down. Have a seat. Welcoming and speaking to those who visit this garden for the first time is my sole pleasure. Of course, I have no pleasures other than that. As she said this, she let out an unhappy smile show, just for an instant. As I was full of strange mix of tension and excitement, I rudely asked her a question all of a sudden. Are you the witch of the forest, Beatrice? Indeed, I am Beatrice. As I thought, Beatrice actually existed. Did she really look like the portrait? Yeah, really just like the portrait. So, she wasn't just a witch from Father's imagination. Well, what did you talk with her about? As she prepared some tea, she asked me all kinds of things about myself. First, she was surprised that I'd come through the forest. It seemed she believed that many dangerous wolves lived outside the fence. So when I told her I'd come through the forest to reach this place, she was shocked. She asked how I managed to escape from the wolves. Did I give them a biscuit and they let me go? Or did I cover myself in a magic cloak? That kind of thing. That sure sounds like the witch. What an interesting person. Quiet, dear. This goes way back. But didn't Father threaten us saying we could never get near the forest because of the wolves that lived there?
Yes, he did say something of the sort. Ridiculous. Even though Japanese wolves went extinct long ago, truly a trick to fool children. I don't remember, though. Did Dad really tell us something like that? It was the witch of the forest, right? I don't think I've ever heard about wolves. This is when you were still in elementary school. Don't you remember? Back then, you actually said thought it'd be cool to try and pet the wolves. Father immediately gave up the wolf story and changed it to a story about the witch. Seriously, what transparent lies they were. At the time, the witch story had a much more immediate effect on you, Renoff, than the wolves. I remember it well. Don't you remember those nights when you clung to my back? See, so even Rudolph used to be cute. Shut up. I was just that kid. Well, at any rate, if Father's the only one who shut up Beatrice in there, it makes sense he'd use the same story about the wolves. To him, the vast forest of Rokkenshima was a wall that shouldn't be crossed, dividing his two incompatible worlds. Shiromiya family and his mistress's mansion. Considering the height of that fence, it does sound as though Father turned that whole area, garden and all, into a giant jail cell. Just like a border dividing two separate worlds. Wolves aside, could there have been some breed of stray dogs there at the time? Perhaps the fence was there to protect against those. There aren't any wolves or stray dogs on Rokkenshima. The fence was probably a border between us and Beatrice. But if she innocently believed the story about wolves, that's pretty naive. That's nothing like what I expect a witch to do. You're right. I sensed that too. She was very pompous, just like my image of a witch, but she was somehow very childish. She was, how should I put it, too straightforward? She gave me the impression that she didn't know anything about the world. It was as though she'd come from some fairy tale land. She really was a strange person. Are they being normal siblings? For once, they're being normal. I'm so proud of them. Let's give them a gold star. After that, did you end up talking about Dad at all? Yeah. Once every few days, usually on an arranged day, but sometimes suddenly, Father would casually appear, and they'd drink together, or else walk together, or something. He said he just happened to be alone on the day I visited. See, an obvious mistress, you might say. My. I don't know how much younger she was, but good for Father. We can be sure this was no indecent relationship. Idiot, there's no way a lover's meeting between a man and a woman shouldn't have some sensuality. What happened next? Yeah, die, Kraus. Suffer. What did you talk about after that? I'd already introduced myself, so I asked about her. When I did, the atmosphere quickly grew depressing. How should I put it? She seemed to grow listless and lonely. It's the same expression I saw on her face at the beginning. Well, she was a hidden mistress after all. If she just walked around wherever she liked, Mom might have found her. I bet she was practically under the house arrest. Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. Bet she had it rough. Still in the prison of flesh. We'll take a break for a couple seconds. We'll take a break. Well, the ads came so quickly this time. Has it really been an hour since our last ones? Weird. I suppose that's fine. Hi, Apricot. Welcome in. Oh boy. You'll be lurking and listening? Thank you! Let's see. 29 seconds till ads are done. Ooh, okay. I'm probably only gonna go for a couple more. I think I'm probably gonna go for till the end of this scene, probably. I didn't realize this scene was, gonna be so long, but who knows.
Okie dokie, let's get back to reading.
Even though she had beautiful clothes, a beautiful mansion, and a garden, she must have felt pretty cramped. I'll bet she had it rough. And then? She was definitely worried about something. I remember feeling really sad myself, and when I realized it, I was something I could do anything about by talking to her. She seemed to forget I was even there. She would stave vaguely off into a distance and was silent for a very long time. I thought I must have said something wrong, but it didn't seem to be the type of atmosphere where I could apologize. So I remained silent for a long, long time until she remembered I was there. And then she muttered unexpectedly. Are there really no wolves beyond the fence? Huh? Yeah, that's right. I've never seen wolves, not even in a zoo. What is a zoo? Oh, it's a place where they keep all kinds of animals. They're full of rare animals like elephants and giraffes and pandas. So, there aren't any wolves in a zoo. Then, it might not be so scary. Even if there were wolves, all the animals are being put in cages, so it's safe. That's why you can safely look at them and learn about them. She's just so innocent. What did they do to her? I'll kill you. Kinzo, I'm gonna get you for what you've done. She did nothing wrong. Kinzo, what did you do to her? You ruined a perfectly good girl. The mighty witch of the forest was apparently terrified of wolves. I remember it looked pretty funny to me at the time. How am I any different? Huh? She didn't know about zoos. I explained how fun zoos could be, but it was very difficult for a person like her who had never visited one to understand. On the contrary, as I explained it to her, her expression grew increasingly dismal. She couldn't see the difference. Apparently, it was even though she lived in an elegant mansion that was surrounded by a high fence and seemed to lack for nothing, she couldn't see how it was any different from animals shut in cages. Who am I? Everyone calls me Beatrice, and that does indeed seem to be the name of the great witch, as you say. But that isn't me. I can't use any magic. I simply have the soul of that witch sealed inside of my body. There's something definitely odd about her. Beyond just being cut off from the world, it seemed she truly believed that magic exists. I think she talked about lots of weird things, but I don't remember the details. All I thought about was that this might be a person to be pitied. She was unable to leave the mansion of her own free will, a prisoner without even realizing it. And she didn't know anything about the outside world, to even understand who she was. She probably vaguely realized that she was to be pitied. But since she didn't know anything, she seemed incapable of recognizing her own unhappiness. Long ago, when I told Nissan I felt sorry for a bird in a cage, she said this: "A bird that only knows about the inside of the cage doesn't long for the outside." But this wasn't a bird. She was an early person. Even if she'd never been outside the cage, she understood that there was more to the world. So, I invited her. Do you want to try going outside the fence? There really aren't any wolves.
Shannon said the same thing about the fish. That's suspicious. That's suspicious.
There aren't. You'll definitely be safe. I want to leave, but the gate is always closed. There's a place I came in through. It's got a crack you can slip through. If we go through there, there'll be a world outside. There really aren't any wolves? Right, there aren't any. I'd only planned on inviting to go on a short walk, but she kept looking over her shoulder at the mansion, as though she was seriously worrying over the decision. Then I learned what she was preparing for herself for. I've had enough of this place. I want to go outside. I want to know who I am, what's happening in this world, and why I was born. I didn't know what her life had been like before then, but it was probably something she couldn't express easily. It was harsh. She just had to say she wanted to escape. If it was sweet, she'd say she'd stay. For example, maybe it was just like how a hot fireplace on a winter day makes the air get thicker and thicker, giving you a headache. Even though you know you shouldn't keep things the way they are, you still need the courage to open the window and be tormented by the cold wind.
I love you, Beatrice. I love you so much. I'll die for you.
I'm so sad. What the hell? Let her out. Get her out. We've got to get her out of there. She was starting to realize she couldn't stay there forever. She was starting to realize she had to go outside someday, but since she didn't know about the outside world, she must have needed courage to take that unspeakable third step outside. Despite that, she'd made her decision. She'd voiced her decision to go outside, a decision she was probably making for the first time in her life. I hesitated for a moment. Father decided she should live here. She's Father's beloved bird in a cage. If I just let her escape, Father might scold me harshly. I want to see. See what? I want to see a zoo. Oh. I was a little surprised when she finally gave me a gentle smile. Could that have been a farsightedness brought about by her decision to venture out of the cage? It was a smile so gentle I couldn't imagine that it had come from that once dark face. When I speak with you, I keep hearing about things I don't know. I didn't even know about this thing called school, or nor do I know about zoos. I didn't know about movie theaters, I don't know about amusement parks. And I feel from the bottom of my heart that I want to know about those things. Will you take me to see them? Yeah. I was so nervous about how I could keep it a secret from Father, but her face looked so happy.
I'll allow you to say that.
Kinzo, I'm going to kill you with hammers. 7 stakes, beat this guy with a hammer. She seemed to not notice the meaning behind my vague smile. She seemed to believe that I'd really take her all to all those places. She's pure and genuine. She'd probably never been tricked by anyone. No, it's maybe better to say that she'd never learned how to doubt. Her smile was somehow radiant, yet pathetic. I wanted to find a way to grant her modest wish. I've had enough of Beatrice. I want to know who I am. I want to start out as a new human, not Beatrice. So, I want you to take me away from here. I don't need tea anymore. I don't need this dress. I won't meet with Kinzo again. Please take me from here. Rosa? However, that responsibility was one a child like me couldn't hope to fully bear. Still, when I saw her serious gaze, along with that brilliant smile that had made her look like a possessing spirit had left her, I could feel a little courage start to rise up inside of me. This was definitely something that would need to get me in a lot of trouble, and yet it was definitely the right thing to do. I don't know how it'll turn out, but I'll take her away from here. Of course, I won't be able to talk to Father, and not Mother either. Should I talk to Nisan or Nasan? No, what about Genji? Or, that's right, what Kumasawa, who I can always talk to when I'm in trouble? I'm sure they'll be able to do something. Anyway, for now, I'll take her out of here. There's already a place she didn't want to be. I took her to the crack in the fence and let her outside. She was all nervous, checking to make sure there were no wolves around, but once that fear disappeared, even just walking around in the dense forest seemed to be fun somehow. Every time she found something, she'd ask me about it, and they were all really trivial things. What's that flower? What's that leaf? What's that sound? Is that smell? It really was like the inside of that fence had been her entire world. So now she traveled beyond the limits of her world. It's strange. When I first saw her, I really thought she was the witch herself, relaxing inside the witch's mansion.
Yeah, Rosa's really... Rosa's... Despite her flaws, I think she's interesting. Her, like, glaring flaw, like, the fact that she's an awful, awful mother. But in the end, it's all Kinzo's fault. Or actually, the complete opposite. She left a world she'd believed to be finite, and was overjoyed at the realization that the world was endless, something she'd never thought of before. So everything she saw was new. It was almost as though she was the one who had been thrown into a fairy tale. If she was Alice, then I almost felt like a rabbit holding the watch. To her, it was probably a really fun walk, filled to the brim with excitement, but I was really at a loss what to do. After all, I walked randomly to get here, so I didn't know the way back to the mansion. There were no lights to the forest, and I hadn't brought a flashlight. I realized it'd be terrible if I got dark while I was still like this, and grew impatient.
She was too innocent, and apparently she couldn't understand how frightening it would be to face the night inside the forest. But I was the one who brought her outside. I had to take responsibility somehow and resolve the situation, so I had a thought. Let's go out to the ocean for now. If we then follow the beach around, we should eventually be able to make it back to the mansion. No. Is this what I think is gonna happen? Oh no. However, that was much more of a problem than I imagined. I didn't have a map or a compass. There's no way I could walk in a straight line through an uncultivated forest. I immediately lost my sense of direction. I already had no clue which trail I had come by and was completely lost. This rate net would definitely fall before I had a clue where to walk. It's no crime to cry. After all, that woman following behind me was so innocent and having so much fun. So, I definitely had to lead the way through the forest, for the sake of her smile as well. Gritting my teeth so that she didn't see me looking troubled, I pushed my way through the woods, advancing down a path that wasn't a path. Then, after going through the various troubles, I fortunately managed to reach the ocean. At that time, I didn't have a clue where I was on the island, but for the time being, I was just a little reassured, realizing that if I went around this way, we'd surely be able to return to the mansion. However, though as I reached an ocean, we were at the top of a rock cliff. The beach was far below us. I was tired from walking around the forest for so long, so I figured in the open area, even a rocky beast would probably be much easier to walk in. So I suggested we go down the rocky cliff somehow. It looked pretty dangerous, but I figured there was no other way. However, Beatrice agreed with my plan without any doubts. Even though she was probably older than me, she meekly obeyed, almost as though she were some kind of chick who thought I was her mother. I searched to see if there was some kind of cliff that I'd be able to get down, then I found a place where the cliff had fallen over and made a slope. It looked a little dangerous, but if I went down using both hands and both legs, like I was crawling, I thought it'd probably be okay. Let's down on here. It'll be dangerous if we aren't careful, but if we go down the beach and walk along it, I don't think we'll have to worry about being lost anymore. Indeed. That's what you're doing, I'll go too. Even getting lost is fun for me. It's quite amusing. She really had no sense of danger. There really was no doubt that she lived a life without discomfort. Even though she knew it would get dark and when night fell, she couldn't imagine how dangerous the inside of the forest would be without a light. Furthermore, it seemed that she couldn't grasp at all how dangerous it might be if she fell from the cliff. I warned her repeatedly to be careful. I actually exampled our potential route down. It seemed to be quite the long drop. I think it might have been 10 meters down. If you looked at it from the bottom up, it would probably look shorter than the roof of the mansion, but looking from the top, it felt almost like staring down from an observation room on Tokyo Tower. Beatrice still appeared to be completely without fear. I felt as though she had never been taught that high places were dangerous. No, maybe she believed that she was a witch, and that she could fly. There was no need to worry. Please be careful. We're pretty high up. Indeed. I shall be careful. Looks like we can get to the ocean if we go down. Is there an aquarium there? No, there aren't any aquariums on this island, but there should be lots of fish in the sea. I see. So there are fish. Are there whales and dolphins and penguins like you talked about? No, you'd have to go to an aquarium for those. You'd have to leave the island to find an aquarium. Is that so? Well, I'm looking forward to it. What kind of fish are whales? They're really big fish. Aren't they mammals? They spit seawater into the air. And dolphins? They're really smart fish. Oh, weren't they also mammals? They're really smart and can be taught tricks and stuff. Then what about penguins? Weren't they birds? What's going on? We're talking about aquariums, but none of these things seem to be fish. She's so sweet. She's so sweet. Genuinely, this is hurting me. She's so sweet. She's an angel. She's pure. There aren't just fish. It's one of all kinds of things that live in the ocean. Oh, I really am looking forward to that. Yeah. She let out what might have been a funny, rushed, and short cry. No, it was probably a scream. It came right out of the blue. Her body separated from the cliff and silently fell. I immediately wanted to say something to her. I wanted to say, didn't I tell you to be more careful? It was the thought of a child. That's how a child immediately gets mad when something bad happens, trying to find an excuse to show it wasn't their fault. Of course, I said it out loud. Are you okay? Didn't I warn you over and over? So, she fell from the cliff. And then what? What happened to her, Rosa? Rosa fell silent. Her gaze dropped to her feet as though she were seeing through the floors of some disgusting memory. She died, didn't she? Ava's brutal words were the one that Rosa most wanted to avoid, and when she was hit with them, she screamed in resignation. Yes, she died! It was a rocky beach with lots of sharp, dangerous rocks exposed. Her eyes were still open, and an incredible amount of blood kept pouring out, quickly spreading out until it looked like a red carpet. I spoke to her and shook her, but she refused to respond. Not even a blink, no. She wouldn't even close her eyelids. It was my fault. She was wearing a dress, remember? Even though I knew her outfit was difficult to move, and I said we should go down the cliff. She's incredibly innocent. She obeyed what I said without any doubts. How long do you plan on remaining dead? Open your eyes already. Damn you, turning into a lump of meat all by yourself while I'm gone. I'm just flirting with your Stage-Chun friends. More importantly, what the heck's going on here? Well, as you can see, I missed my footing, fell down, and died. What the hell? Even though you showed up as the 19th person, you already dead? Don't mess with me, that's impossible. Aunt Rosa was a kid, she was panicked, and it's not like a doctor was there. She probably just mistakenly thought you were dead, or you're probably alive and pretending to be dead or something? Isn't that right? It can't be true. She's got to be alive, otherwise how can she be here? The kid aged Aunt Rosa shook Beatrice's body, crying. I stared into that face too, but her eyes were still open, and it was really a corpse. I wanted to dodge that issue by saying something vague, like she must be playing dead, but no matter how I looked at it, it didn't look fake at all. It really did look like she was dead. Beatrice had fallen upside down from a cliff that height, and her head had smashed against the pointed tip of those sharp rocks. Yeah, you'd probably die after landing on those rocks from that height. She gets so angry when she met Beatrice because she knows that Beatrice died. Oh my god. Oh my god? It's because every time that fucking Maria says it, Rosa has to relive this shit over and over again. She's getting re-traumatized every single time that Maria mentions Beatrice. Holy shit. No matter how dead she looked, she had to be alive, and then she went to become the damn irritating witch that makes all the inconsistencies fit. Grandfather must have kept her confined constantly in a hidden mansion. Then to take revenge for that, she committed several atrocious murders. Aunt Rosa probably mistakenly thought she was dead, but she was actually alive, and as soon as Aunt Rosa left, she would miraculously breathe again. Then she somehow lived on until today, and opened the curtain on her revenge drama. You're right. Oh my god. Imagine seeing a woman dead. Imagine, like, meeting the most pure person you ever have seen, and then they die in a horrible accident that is your fault because you took her out of that cage. Like, Rosa, who is terrified of the day that the bird got out of the cage and got eaten by the cat. It explains a lot of Rosa's behaviors. Every time we learn about something, it's like you go back and you're like, oh, I love this. I love this fucking visual novel, man. It's so good. Otherwise, the facts don't fit together. I won't let you trick me so easily. Can you repeat it in red? That's certainly dead. She has to be alive, right? It's obvious. How does that look alive to you? It's definitely dead. It. She didn't say Beatrice is dead. Okay. I see your game. Okay. My theory that the 19th person was Grandfather's mistress, a human Beatrice, had been defeated. I'd planned to strike back from a defensive position, but then who are you? You just died, right? You tell me you revived yourself with magic. I've already explained that, have I not? The me lying over there definitely possesses my soul, but that body is nothing more than a cage of flesh tying me to the physical world. That's how this cage of flesh was broken. Do you understand what that means? I don't have a clue anymore. Keep having fun with your witch girl tricks. I'll listen to that in place of a snack. It's empty. Hey, could I get some more black tea? Ronove, our guest would like some tea. When Bito clasped her hands, Ronove appeared. Butlers sure are convenient. A refill, you say? Certainly. How much shall I pour you? I've got more than enough snacks. Half will be fine. Even so, filling is the brim with ease is the English custom. Even though just enough to wet my throat would have been fine, I filled it to the top. I turned my back to Bito, sipping it in silence. It died that day. Hey, wake up. Beatrice? Ursa shook me. No, shook the corpse that had once been me. I watched over her from a short distance away. So I fell from there and died. For a while, I believed that was true. I saw Rosa spend a long time behind my couch and watched as she ran away. Eventually, I realized I was a different individual from that corpse. That's right. I am me. Beatrice confirmed. Real, new pronouns just dropped. So I finally managed to escape from Kinzo's bonds. Eventually, I felt the memory returning. The fact that I was an endless witch who had lived for 1,000 years. Then I remembered that I'd been summoned by Kinzo and I'd been imprisoned with him by a long time. While being imprisoned in a cage of flesh, I completely lost my memory as a witch. However, thanks to Rosa, you could say that, my accidental death, I've now finally regained myself. Rosa, you probably regret bringing about my death. But I should be thanking you. I couldn't see Rosa anymore. Did she go to call a doctor, or was she so terrified she ran away? It no longer matters. That soulless shell is no longer any value. Yet, I'm so frail now. Even this glorious midday sun is agony to me. I destroyed my human form, and then I changed it to several gold butterflies. Yeah, with my magical powers as frail as it is now, this form is easier to maintain. To escape even a little from the light of the sun, I rode the wind and gently flew up the side of the cliff. It will probably be a bit cooler in the forest. Anyways, I'll take some time to recuperate and regain my former power, as I ponder how to make Kinzo pay up all that he owes me. Dancing alone through the air, I looked down at the shore one more time. On the rocky shore lay the figure of what's been me, the figure I would eventually regain. To regain the form of the physical body that I had thrown away, it'd probably take me more than 100, 200 days. Might require 1,000 days, or perhaps even more. 20 years. However, I am the Endless Witch, the Golden Witch who has lived for 1,000 years. Waiting uncountable numbers of days would be no problem. Oh, Kinzo. Regret that you are not here now. No longer will you be able to capture me. Okay. And then you changed into the gold butterflies, hid in the forest, and waited for your magical power to be restored. Is that what you're saying? That's correct. I take this form to sneer at you, but most of the time it's easier for me to keep my form as gold butterflies. Hey, feel free to take a load off and stick to whatever's easiest. I wouldn't mind not having to hear your irritating laugh. When I turned into butterflies and slipped into the forest, it was already no longer possible for Kinzo to find me. However, Kinzo was not dismayed. Still, he wasn't immediately able to prepare a way to catch me. So he first moved to prevent me from leaving the island, and to keep me from regaining my power. My. At any rate, Kinzo's spitefulness was unimaginable. It was pretty tough to be loved by someone like that. He found a way to keep you from leaving until after you turned into butterflies. Did you put a bug net around the entire forest? Indeed, a magical one. Didn't you know? On the sea in front of the harbor is a reef, upon which sits a small shrine of Eastern magic. Oh, that. It was gone by this year, though. It was a small shrine long ago by the Shingenja, right? From the beginning, Wakanjima has been an island enveloped by distortion. It attracts things of magical power and other related creatures. Milady herself is one of them. How about some more tea? Please. They brought harm to humans and probably left several eerie legends in their wake. That small shrine was built in ancient times by an Eastern magician who'd heard of them. Shannon had to smash the mirror there, didn't she? Yeah. A long time passed and the power was lost. By repairing it, Kinzo restored the island's barrier and once again bound me to the island. Can Eastern magic work on a Western witch like you? Normally, the affinity would be poor. However, for the purpose of sealing me there, it may have been quite convenient. It was a Western magic, I would have had some knowledge. For any barrier, there would have been some measures I could have taken. But Eastern magic is out of my area of expertise. It was if I'd been given chopsticks instead of a spoon for some soup when I wanted to drink. In a space dominated by Eastern magic, Western magic loses most of its power. Even if she were given 1,000 days to regain her strength, she'd have to wait many, many more. So you're saying it took you 20 years to regain your power, and now you're revived, as we can all see? They were horribly long years. I spent many days in the form of gold butterflies, found Kinzo's mansion, watched over him every day. I lived through those days with no means to enjoy myself, except to ponder how I would get back at him. Her power is soup! That period of 20 years is fortunate for me. Kinzo tried to use all sorts of magic to find and capture me, but each failed. There's a limit to how many miracles a single human can bring about. Even simply holding me captive for that long had been a miracle far above his place. It'd be unthinkable for me to be captured like that multiple times. Grandfather said something in the previous game. It was something like magic lies in a miracle of probability. Hi, Sete. Yeah, we're back to me. We're back to Umineko. We're probably gonna wrap up in a couple minutes. It is 12:30 a.m. I shouldn't be staying. I've been staying up really late for streams lately, and I really shouldn't be. As Kinzo was searching for an art to capture me again, he stumbled upon that. Then he finally worked out the ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices to revive me again. 13 people as sacrifices. That's the witch's epitaph, a song of sacrifices. 6 people on the first twilight, 2 people on the second. Pre-witch backstory, Beatrice? Yeah! Then 5 more people on the 4th through 8th twilight. A forbidden ceremony involving the offering of 13 people as sacrifices. Those sacrifices would be chosen randomly, and the one who held the ceremony, Kinzo himself, was no exception. Dumbass, are you saying that all the gruesome murders on this island were a reared ceremony? I had a vague idea that this might be the case, but I couldn't just hear that was from a witch or a demon say, "Oh really," and accept it. There are 18 people on Wakanjima, so 13 are offered as sacrifices and 5 are left alive. Then I revive. In other words, the odds that Kinzo will be able to meet me are around 1 in 3. He bet his lone life on those odds, wishing for a reunion with me for the last bit of his remaining life. Saying he gathered our family for the sake of that joke of a ceremony? Don't fuck with me. Don't say stuff like that, damn it. It was all set out in the contract from the beginning. And Kinzo's life ended. All the gold I lent him and all the assets he created wouldn't be given to me. Yeah, Kinzo did stab me in the back quite brutally, but looking back at it now, it was a rare and precious time during my 1,000 years of life. After all, boredom is my natural enemy. To Kinzo, who offered me a chance to run away from that from several decades, yeah, you could say I owe him for that. I decided to go along with Kinzo's game. So, to start Kinzo Returns, the Ushirimiya family Reds ring to me. It was my goal that revived the family, after all. Then 13 people are chosen at random to be sacrifices. While that happens, you all run about, showing me all kinds of human interactions as you try to oppose me, entertaining me. You've taken a liking to those games of Kinzo's. Ugh. I definitely won't believe in that kind of magic story. And who are you? You fell off a cliff and died. Your soul slipped out, became butterflies, and went to the forest? That isn't possible. But you're here. Who are you? Aren't you the 19th person? That is true, I am the 19th person. But it's useless, right? It's all useless. That's his line! That's his line! There are no more than 18 humans on this Wakanjima. What did you say? So you're saying that x and the number of 18 plus x doesn't exist? Are you saying the piece I took, the x, doesn't exist? That's... That is what this means. My condolences. Still, you do move fast, milady, and I thought you'd let him flounder about before spinning everything about in the end. Well, Battler, I would do with some more tea be agreeable. That wording was questionable, Beatrice. You said 18 humans. Are furniture humans? Are you accepting that furniture are humans? Are you counting furniture? Because if you aren't counting furniture, then that gives a lot of room for error, doesn't it? Don't believe it. The culprit can't be one of the 18. And what are you? Why are you here? If the 19th person doesn't exist, why are you saying that you're one of the 18 in disguise? Perhaps your case castling, though reluctantly you are doubting one of the 18 people as your last way out. However, it'll be difficult for me from here on out. If you chose to stop caring about propriety, you could prepare a culprit freely among the 18. Making you reach a checkmate by evading those 18 pieces will be truly difficult. As if I do that. I don't suspect any of the 18. I don't want to suspect people. Have I really been cornered here again? Damn it. Looks like we're finally approaching the end. And the end of this third round of the game is ours. You've nowhere to run anymore, right? You don't want to suspect any of those beloved people of the 18, do you? Were you trying to hide that from me? Then why do you refuse me? You say you should play in the opening like a book, the middle game like a magician, and the end game like a machine. I'll corner you from here. Slowly, carefully, surely. Or, on the other hand, would it be better if I pressed you all at once, which might suit your style more? Yes, that should fit you well, so let's do that. I'm not fully aware of those sorts of attacks that you're weakest against. That's interesting. This whole thing is very interesting to me. It's just interesting. A lot of her wording has been very questionable. It died. There are 18 humans on Rockinjima. Let me know if the link is broken, by the way, for the Discord. It might be expired because I'm silly, but the command works, but not the auto time message. Oh, okay. Oh, Miss Beatrice, I love you so much. I'm so confused by what moves you're making. Interesting. Really, really interesting. This whole thing is very curious to me. I'm just really curious about this. This whole thing is like suspicious to me. Like, I'm obviously like everything is suspicious because they don't give us the full truth and we have to figure it out on our own terms, but oh, Beatrice. It's time for the first Twilight. And I think that's where we're gonna end for today. Please. Let me save. Okay. We've done it. We've done it. We've made it. We've made it to the first Twilight. It makes me curious. It's so strange. I don't know. I'm very... Am I right in thinking that Beatrice's wording is a little bit fucked up? Like... I think that her wording is so sus. There are no more than 18 humans on the island. There are no more than 18 humans on the island. But does that mean furniture count as human? Are furniture humans? Because a lot of people seem to deny that. Can furniture become human? It seemed to be hard. That's exactly it. Are they counted as human, or are they counted as furniture? Because if so, that implies the existence of more people on the island outside of the 18. Let's see. We could read Ruru. More pleasant than to believe that Shannon and Cannon did become human at the end. That is true. That is true. But that doesn't speak for some of the other furniture. That doesn't speak for Genji. That doesn't speak for Kumasawa. There doesn't seem... It doesn't speak for any of the others as well. It would be more pleasant to believe that Shannon and Cannon did become human in the end. Yes. But 18 plus... What? What are the three that have the crest? Is it... It's Genji, Shannon, and Cannon. Those three. More pleasant to believe... So it'd be 18 plus 3. That would mean 20... 21? But... I don't know. Her wording is odd. Because I think I'm more focused on the it died. Why did she say it died? She didn't say I died that day. She said it died that day, implying that it's not the same Beatrice. Implying that maybe Kumasawa's more seniority than Shannon Cannon, but we have not seen her referred to as furniture. I believe, isn't it because she retired and came back? Could there be more than one? Because the thing is Battler's like posthumous reincarnation thing kind of made sense. Like, I have a crazy theory. I don't think it's gonna be. I don't know. I don't know. It's crazy. It's genuinely crazy, but it's crazy enough that it might seem real. Because, like, if we're basing this in reality, where the hell would Kinzu have gotten another child? Like, where the hell would he have gotten a child from? to raise as Beatrice. Where would have he gotten this child to raise as Beatrice? Like, where is he getting all the child laborers to serve his family tea? Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just like, has he just been like picking up orphans and making them be Beatrice? By that logic, he would be able to just pick up another child. 19 years is plenty of time for someone to become Beatrice. But that's just my theory. That's just a game theory, even. But where do we want to raid? Where do we want to head over? We could raid, Ashton is online. Ashton, there's Ruru, there's... Let's check the VTuber tag. Let's see if there's anything going on. Anything happening? Cause like, it's just strange. The whole thing is a little strange. The whole thing is odd to me. I don't know. Something about this just doesn't seem right, right? It just doesn't seem right. I don't know. Usawa was retired multiple times, but Goto has not been called furniture. Only really Genji and Beatrice seem to care for the term. Yeah, exactly. Even if you only counted Genji as furniture, that would still imply the existence of an extra person, is just what I'm saying. I still think that Battler is a fucking idiot, though. So, I honestly think that it is just the family ripping each other to shreds. Cause that's how it be. That's just how it be, you know? We raided Amai last time, so I'm like, maybe I won't raid Amai. We can raid Cam, we can raid Ruru. Minori Nyabe! Welcome aboard, welcome Ghana Express. Welcome aboard, welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, hello. But yeah, I'm just like, I'm kind of like weirdly obsessed with the wording, right? Like, the "it died" is such a key. Then denying himself 18 possible human suspects, those seem rather foolish, then yeah. Like, he's an idiot. He doesn't know anything. I know this. I know this for a fact. I know this as a fact. This is an absolute truth. He's stupid. I do love that about him. I think that his, oh, I gotcha, and then Beatrice was like, you don't got me. Sorry. Sorry. Lol. Get burgered, idiot. But like, oh, it's just so interesting. I'm so interested. I'm very weirdly interested in this. I'm like, because let's see, because like, it's really crazy, right? Like,
This implies also...
I don't know. I'm more confused now. She's very careful about her words, yeah. She's very careful and very specific about wording. She doesn't use those red truths without like, opening herself up to being countered. And I think the wording is really important from our view, specifically, because it died is not, it's not a, like, in the context of that sentence, referring to it as we're saying that it died that day is odd. It's strange. It's really, really strange. I don't know. I can't figure it out. But thank you guys for coming to book club today. I'm not gonna let myself ramble about this and think. I'm gonna like simmer on this for another week, and we'll be back next week for this. And then we'll actually get into the first murder, and then I'm gonna solve a locked room. I'm gonna do it this time. I'll figure it out myself. I don't need Battler's help. And Battler's gonna probably not be right anyway, so it wouldn't do for a corpse to be the culprit in a mystery novel, would it? Exactly. I mean, I suppose like once she died, the corpse would be in it, but still, there's something odd about it. If it was her, if it was the actual Beatrice, like, I get you could also kind of spin it in a way that was like, oh, that it was my flesh body that I died and then was freed to be butterflies frolicking in a forest for 20 years. But it's strange. It's really odd. I don't know what it is. It's just strange, 'cause like I don't know. I'm not gonna simmer on it. 19 years is another time for another Beatrice to grow up on Rockanjima, but apparently Kenzo's not managed to recapture Beatrice after the incident, so to speak. That's true. It's very true. We aren't sure what's going on with that, but yeah, things don't line up. I think I need more information. I need more info. We need more info. Anyways, I'm gonna send this over to Ruru, I think. We're gonna be wrapping up. Okay. Oh my goodness. I need to stop coughing all the time. I need to stop coughing. And so Ruru is making art right now. So Ruru is very cute. They're a cute clown. Very cute clown. Okay, so I'm like thinking. I'm still thinking about it, you know. I'll have you know, I do a bit of thinking here. The witch wishes you good health and thanks you for your time playing the game. I know, I want to play more, I want to learn. I'm gonna be so good at solving mysteries. I'm gonna be so good at solving mysteries when I'm done with this. You guys have no idea. But I'm gonna send this over to Ruru. Let's head this off. Our next stop on the Gun Express is over at Rurulon. She's a very sweet VTuber. She's doing some art right now. Let us pop over real quick to... Here's our
Red message, get our choo-choos in order. Everybody get our choo-choos. We're ready to chew on our way over. And let us pop this on.
But once again, I'm Sierra, I'm your local ghost train conductor over on the Gehenna Express, your #1 afterlife travel service. I will see you guys next time. For tomorrow, I will be on Parfai's channel. We're gonna play more in Goody Two Shoes. We missed out last week because I was sick, but this week I'm back. I'm back and I'm ready to fight. I'm ready to throw hands with the witch in the woods again for the second day in a row, but it's a different witch. I've got beef with every witch this week, but but we will see you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow on Parfai's stream. I will be tweeting in the Discord when that is happening, providing links and whatnot to that. And then on Sunday, I will be back for some Minecraft. Good hunters for hunting witches, no? It's true. That's so true. So true, we're hunting them. But once again, I'm Sierra, I'm your conductor, and I will see you guys next time. Choo-choo!